Hey everyone, welcome to the Dragon's Lair. Thanks for hanging out with us tonight. Chris is going to be working through some technical difficulties for a few minutes, so he may or may not be part of everything. So just bear with us a little bit if you don't hear him talking or anything. So, what's going on? I know that Lefty will be on with us in a little while. I know he's got some things he's hanging out with his kids and getting them to bed and whatnot, so he's going to be joining us soon. But not Dragon's Flare, Casey. It's Dragon's Lair. Lair. Come on, man. Dragon's Care. Yeah, you got it. Breaking my stones. It's too late at night for breaking chops, buddy. So let's see who is in here with us. We've got Marco in the house. How's it going, my friend? Henry Ramses, always on point as master mod extraordinaire. Neil McKenzie, how's it going, my friend? Ground Fog, appreciate you hanging out. We got the Jake in the house. Projectiles are sharp. Is actually staying up tonight for a little while to hang out with us. We've got Casey Knives Fast Man hanging out with us. Cool. Appreciate you stopping in, Casey. Always nice to see you. We have Matt Maurer just hopped in. Good to see you. How's everybody doing tonight? So, I've got a question for you all. I usually never ask this, but since we're kind of hanging out for a little while and letting Chris kind of figure out his fiasco over there, I figured I would ask, what is everybody carrying today? So I'll show you what I was carrying for most of the day. Obviously, every day, I carry one of our very own Gracchus. I always make sure that I've got one of these on me, no matter what. I've got one of these. And then I don't know. I know Casey, you got your hands on one of these. I don't know if anybody else has, but we picked up the new Drop Bear, and I don't know about you guys, but these things, I'm really liking this thing. It is so fun, so fidgety, really, really comfortable, nice knife, and I'm having a lot of fun with this thing. Chris grabbed one also, so we actually got the gamut covered. So Chris got the one with LMAX, I got the one with M390. So let's see, what do we got here? I see a Kershaw Brawler, freshly sharpened. Nice. Thanks, Casey. I appreciate that. We're working through a little bit on the prototypes, just so everybody knows. We are trying to get a thinner edge so that we can get it a little bit slicier. It performed well, and we know it can perform absolutely ridiculous if we just get the edge geometry nailed down. So we're going to work on that, and then I think at that point we're going to be placing our order and ready to go. So hopefully it won't be too much longer. We're waiting on Best Tech to get back to us, which is status quo for when you're running an OEM. It's always hurry up and wait. So let's see. EMP EDC Nimble XT. Oh, dude, call me jealous. I have what we would call FOMO right now. I want one of those so bad. The Nimble X was one of my absolute favorites. John Rusk is a great guy. He's helped the channel out a lot. He's given us a lot of advice, as a lot of people have, walking us through this first OEM process. So I'll tell you, I try to support him as much as I can, but at the same time, it's it's difficult. Everybody wants every knife, and we just can't have them, right? So it's tough. It's tough. Casey ProTech TR3 and a Civivi Guile. So Casey, the Civivi Guile, I got one of those, and at first I didn't like it, and then it grew on me, and it needed a little break-in time for me. It just didn't have the action that I wanted, and then finally it just kind of snapped into place, and bearings kind of took care of what needs to, and Now that thing is super glidey and just outstanding. Absolutely crazy. Love it. My dad's in the house, Daddy Wyvern. What's up, Daddy? Good to see you. So let's see. Anybody else hop in here? We have Dale has an Ultra Tech Sig Series Shadow Tonto and a Whiskey Jack in 10V. What do you got there?
The stout?
That stout V2?
Yep.
Nice.
Can you hear me now, Sam?
I can. Can you hear me now?
Oh, I can hear you fine. My camera's terrible, though. I just put a new one in today, and it looked great when I tested it earlier, and now it's terrible.
It seems to me like it's your lighting. I think your lighting is throwing is making your camera blur, to be honest with you. So just my 2 cents on that. I don't know. I'm not an engineer or anything. Ramsey's Leatherman Arc SOG PowerPoint Spyderco Shaman M4 Spyderco Bodacious S30V Real Steel Slip Joint in N690, custom fixed in 1095, a custom neck knife in AEBL, and Olight Mini 2 Ultra. So Ramses, do you wear like 2 belts and suspenders because you have so much stuff in your pockets, dude, that your pants have to be falling down, man? Like it's a good carry though. I won't lie. A lot of ones on there that I really like, and I could tell you right now that I could pick out a handful of those that Chris likes too.
Save some boxes for the rest of us to cut, buddy.
That's awesome. Fantastical. Kelly Mishmash in the house. Kelly, how's it going? Thanks for coming in and hanging out. By the way, Kelly, I have to still send a picture to Chris of all the stuff that you sent us. Your care package is off the charts. I mean, just spectacular. You are an amazing, amazing, amazing person. And you do really, really, really nice work on paracord. I am all thumbs, and I can tell you that I do not have the success in that you do. So I could definitely tell you that you did an amazing job. My daughter absolutely loves the couple of things she snagged from the pouches, and we're excited to share with the community and get some of your stuff out to them. So really cool. Let's see, who else do we have in here? Anybody else? Anyone else? Poor Chris isn't going to get any. Come on now. I am not stingy like that. I share with my brothers. Thank you.
Yeah, Kelly, I'll get the least favorite thing, and then whatever you mailed me directly.
I won't take anything. I'll give Chris pick of the litter. How about that? Don't be a jerk. I wear shorts and pants. Nice. Miguel in the house. What's up, Miguel? Appreciate you coming in and hanging out, brother. So Lefty is putting his kids to bed, and he will be on shortly. So we're gonna just kind of hang out and chat for a little while. Miguel, what are you carrying today, bro? We were just talking about what everybody's got in their pockets, and I was telling them that I was playing with the new drop bear today. So I absolutely kind of can't get enough of this thing. I've had this and the prototypes, our prototypes in the pockets today. So one of these, but the new drop bear is pretty sick. I gotta say. And since Lefty's coming on, I got myself my little mini pile here of Divo Knives so that we can kind of talk through what he's got going on. But I've got the Growler XL with me. I know Chris has a little FOMO. Whenever I pull this thing out, you could see him shake his head. He's kind of disappointed he didn't pull the trigger on this one.
Yeah, and I check Blade Binge every day this week, and there hasn't been one on there. So
Well, we'll talk to Lefty. Honestly, he may actually have something stashed. The dude
Yeah.
keeps stupid amounts of knives. I too have a stout V2. Not only do I have a stout V2, but I pulled out the UV light so that everybody can see. But this is the dark matter glow version. So really, really cool. Love this. Love this knife. I think it's totally sick. The scales on these things that glow. I think these things are outstanding. So this was actually an anniversary gift from my wife, and my partner in crime here, Chris, guided her in the right direction of proper things to buy.
Matter of fact, I think we use Lefty's code to get 10% off on that. You're welcome.
How about that? How about that? You got to do that. Got to do that.
This was the first Divo that I purchased, the tall boy, and man, it's in that purple.
You saw the new one, right?
Yeah, XL.
I think he's calling it the big boy. I had the Kunwu Tau 3 in the pocket today. Miguel.
That's a nice one.
So, dude, that's another one that I really, really like. First time I ever saw that, and I think I was with Chris when I looked at that knife, and instantaneously I was like, that just screams my name. It's just the lines on that just speak to me. Something tells me I'm going to absolutely love that knife. I gotta get my hands on one of these days. But
I want the
too many to buy them all, right?
Yeah, I want the Tau 2. That's the one that of the Tau series. That's the one that really has my attention. That 3 is sexy though.
I have too many knives around me to list them all, but I do have a Divo Saloon Wakanda Forever beside me as one of them. So Kelly, that first off, the Wakanda Forever is the purple one, which I know you're a purple fan. But besides that, that knife, you can ask Chris. I was back and forth for like days as to whether or not I was going to buy a saloon. And I was just like, I can't. I just bought like other Divos. Like I just can't. As much as I want to buy every one of them, we can't, right? I mean, it's just no possibility. But the saloon is a really nice looking knife, and I definitely have a little bit of FOMO on that one, not having one. I do wish I had one in the collection. So good pickup there. Did I miss Silver Trails? Yeah, I did. Sorry about that, Silver Trails. Thanks for coming in, man. Appreciate you. Thanks for hanging out. What do you got in your pockets? Cliff Brott. Cliff, what's up, my friend? Dude, I am still, I checked again tonight. So we ran past Walmart. I checked again. There's still none of those in stock for you, man. I am actively searching for you, though. As soon as I get my hands on one, it will be on its way to you, and I'll let you know. So, Chris, so just so you know, Cliff lives in Alaska, and he is nowhere near a Walmart, and he wants an Ozark Trail to try out. After seeing some of the reviews and whatnot, and I said, yeah, I'll grab one and I'll ship it up to you. So I just have not been able to get one in my hands yet.
I'll swing by tomorrow and see if I can pick one up. I pass Walmart 2 or 3 times every single day.
Right on. You're still working on that camera, man. Poor dude.
Yeah.
Oh, I love it for sure. Yeah, I know I love it for sure, man. First off, I seem to like just about all Kunwus, so I'm sure that one is going to definitely just, yeah, I have to have one. Oh, are we losing Chris?
I'm going to see if I can mix some stuff around and fix this thing.
Okay, no worries. We'll keep working.
I showed up for Lefty. I'll join when he does.
Chris, camera down. Yeah, man. So Dale, he decided that on the day of going live, he was going to go and change his video camera out. So, you know.
Well, no, that's true. But in fairness, I did a live on Teams for work earlier today with it to test it, and it worked just fine.
Yeah. You may have to pivot back to your other camera for the time being until we can
Yeah.
figure this out. I mean, to me, it seems to me like there's some sort of setting or lighting or something like that that's causing you some funkiness going on there.
Yeah.
Carried the Landers 5 today and just hanging around the house. Right on. Right on. Lander 5 is a good one. Doing great. Oh, okay, cool. So what else do I have that is close by here? So I have another one of Divo's over here. I have the Fireball. So this one is the Captain Jack Sparrow version, which, you know, I grabbed this one because I wanted to grab another one. I had gotten a Fireball, the Blade Show exclusive version, last year's Blade Show Atlanta, and I absolutely love this knife. It's one of my favorites, and so when they were dropping another version of them, I was like, okay, I got to have another one. And you know, I'm actually kind of half surprised that I have it over here because my 14-year-old daughter has fallen in love with the Fireball. It's her favorite knife in my collection. So, you know, I won't let her take it, but you know, she always asks me, hey, can I touch this knife? Can I touch, well, she calls it my knife. That's what she calls it. Can I touch my knife? I'm telling you, this kid. Walmart.com has Ozark Trails in stock. All right, well, we'll check it out. Well, thank you, Kathleen. And by the way, hello, and thank you for hopping in here. Appreciate you. Cat Scratch, thank you for coming in, my friend. Appreciate you coming in as always and hanging out with us. So those of you that are just kind of joining a little late, I just want to let you all know that Lefty is coming on. He will be on pretty soon. He said that he was hopping on a little bit late tonight. He wanted to get his kids in bed first before he hopped on to all the live and hang out with us. And, you know, he can go late, so we might go late. So who knows? But we'll have some fun when he gets on for sure. Titanium Justin, what's up, TJ? How's it going, man? Appreciate you coming in and hanging out. Dude, every time you do one of your outdoor videos, I always have a chuckle. You look like you are freezing your brains out outside. You're all bundled up. Your wind is blowing you all over the place. It's a hysterical video to me. Every time you post one of those things, man, I just have a chuckle. I gotta start having like a consistent comment or something like I did the first time, like, hey, you look cold. Venture Man, only own the tall Divo tall boy. Haven't picked up any other models yet. Definitely plan to. Yeah, so Divo, Chris has the tall boy, and yeah, Divo does absolute bangers. Every one of them is such a great knife, and not only that, but I mean, they do it at a reasonable price, right? I mean, when you think about it, in the world of $300+ knives that are consistently dropping all over the place, they're in the low 200s and they're giving you a discount code. So, I mean, you can't really knock Divo for the quality you get for the dollar. I mean, they really are spot on. So, appreciate you coming in and hanging out. Definitely get yourself some more Divos. You won't be disappointed. Jim Miller just got off of work. Appreciate you coming in and hanging out with us, Jim. Hey, Chris, you look a lot better right now. You're still a little bit blurry, but not terrible.
Okay. Well, made some improvements.
Well, yeah, I now I got to look at your face a lot clearer. So, I mean, I don't know if that's an improvement or not. It's more suffrage for me.
Yeah, you're like, please switch back.
It's hilarious. Anybody else hop in here? Yeah, S90V and titanium, great knife for the price tag. Yeah, heck yeah, absolutely. You can't knock it. I mean, what are they like 229, and then on top of that is he always throws his 10% discount out there. So I mean, you're really like $200 for a really good built knife that Divo does, and you know that you're getting, in most cases, not always. I mean, they do have a couple of other companies that have built their stuff, but most of it's Kubi, so you know you're getting a great OEM build out of it. So yeah, you can't fault it for that, for sure. What do you got here, Kelly? You got a nip light, fireball, tall boy, saloon stout, pony stout, etc., etc., etc. That's just some of them. Wow. So I'm gonna say that you are a fan of Divo. Growler, mini growler, man. You definitely have a heck of a lot of Divo stuff. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, you have covered at least one of the children's education. Great job.
Yes, Kevin's going to appreciate you later on. I mean, his kids are still a little bit young for college, but you probably paid at least one semester off for him at some point. I have most of the Divo knives. They're all excellent. Awesome, Jim. Yeah, I remember you in one of Lefty's lives talking about the amount of Divos that you carry or have in your collection, I should say. And that's awesome. Like I said, I think I am just too spread all over the place. I try to grab the ones that are talking to me now, because for a while it was like I just wanted to buy everything, and you know, at the end of it, it was like I have to hone my collection to some sort of rhyme or reason. Otherwise, I'm going to have 500 knives that make no sense and no money in the bank account. So, you know, I think we're getting to be a little bit more adult about our decisions with knives. Chris, would you say that's accurate?
Mostly, I would. I'm now at least advanced in my adolescence. So,
Well, that's because you're over 50. So that's
yeah,
just called advanced, period.
yeah, true. I think that, before I wanted to touch and feel every single one of them. And as you know, once I buy one, it's usually there. I've only traded one knife ever. I've never sold one that I can think of. So I've given some.
I made so many trades
away.
last year that Blade Binge issued me a 1099. I'm not kidding.
Wow.
Yeah.
I've purchased from them only did one trade, and that was it.
Heck yeah, Jim. Stay that way, brother.
Yeah, absolutely.
70 and still a kid. And don't ever change, brother. That's awesome. I think that is, it's just, you got to, right? You got that love for something, you got a passion for something like that, just keep going with that, man. That's awesome. Maturing is overrated anyway. Heck yeah, I don't want to grow up. I'm a Toys R Us kid. I'm going to keep going for sure. I don't want to grow up either. Heck, my wife still says that I'm, 47, but I'm really 12. She calls Chris 12 too, so it doesn't really matter. Whenever she hears us cackling and joking around like children,
that should have been our company name, is Perpetually 12.
Perpetually 12.
I've been 12 years old since I was like 9.
Yeah. I was wise beyond my years and then just stopped.
Yeah.
That's freaking hilarious. Oh man. So, I find myself something kind of funny. I go through these stages where I pick up a knife that I haven't picked up in a while, and I forget how much I love the thing, and then I can't put it down for like eons. I don't know if anybody else gets that way, but when you have a monster collection and some of them fall to the back of the drawer, so to speak, and then all of a sudden you're like, oh, hey, look, I found this. I haven't picked this up in forever. And you pick it up and you're like, oh my God, this is so good. I know this is crazy to say, but the machine-wise Mojave, I feel like I haven't really played with this in a while. And all of a sudden, I picked it up like 2 days ago, and I have flicked this thing a stupid amount, like absurdly obnoxious amount. And I'm pretty sure that my wife is going to use it on me because all she hears is click, click,
Click,
click,
click, click.
click, click,
Yeah.
click. So, yeah, man. Sever7. What's up, Derek? How's it going, brother? Appreciate
What's
you
up, sir?
hopping in and hanging out. I definitely always enjoy having you come in and hang out. We got to get you back on the channel as well, man. Hang out with us one night. It was a lot of fun hanging out with you that first show. It was good conversation, good times. And, you know, just so everybody is up to speed on this, one is Lefty is coming. So for those of you that are just hopping in here, he is coming. He's just kind of a little behind right now, getting his kids to bed and whatnot, but he's going to hop on in a little while. I wanted to give everybody a little bit of an update. Also, we're probably about a week out or so from officially like launching the website with something on it. So we have some stuff. We have some T-shirts and stuff like that on order, Hanks, all that kind of stuff that is coming in. I plan to get those posted on the website and then launched. So if anybody hasn't yet, go to wyvernkodiak.com. You will see our maker's logo there, and you can sign up for our newsletter. That will keep you in the loop for any drops, any swag ads, any news from our channel. So we're going to start doing some blog entries on there, and we're going to do some stuff like that to kind of keep everybody in the community informed when we're not here on live and whatnot. So just figured if you are able to, go over to wyvernkodiak.com, check it out, and jump on the newsletter. We appreciate that. KR Knives, what's up, my friend? Thanks for coming in and hanging out. Appreciate everybody.
Hey, what's up, Fred?
Fred the Lug, how's it going, Fred? Thanks for hopping in. Appreciate you.
So, Sam, I got a correction. I've made 2 trades because when you pulled out your Mojave, I remember I traded mine away.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. I forgot about that. So Chris had a Mojave, and you traded it to Duty, right? For that.
This Arius, yeah.
Yeah. Well, you know what? Look, that's still a good trade, though. I mean, that's a really nice area. So, I mean, that's not the plain Jane base version. I mean, that's got some nice micro milling on that and whatnot.
Yeah, it's an exclusive from somebody. I forget who.
What's up, my friend? My new website is not on our YouTube story. All right, I will get that updated, my friend. Thank you for that, Fred. I honestly thought I did, and you know what? I know what happened. So I created a link tree, and within an hour of creating a link tree, which I spent like 2 hours on because I put all of our affiliate links and all that stuff into it, and then they suspended it and told me that it's against all policies to be promoting knives and stuff. So they suspended that whole darn thing. It was a big waste of my time. I got frustrated. I'm going to have to go to Beacons instead and redo one on there. And I think I put our website up when that was on there, but now I think that got just stripped down. So I got to redo it. But appreciate you giving me a heads up on that, man. I will update that tonight or tomorrow morning.
I would just say that we sell emotional support toys or emotionally support tools.
Well, it doesn't even ask you what you sell, right? That's the thing. Is it just has places for links and stuff like that. And when you have the places for links, they just look at what your links are going to, and it's going to knife websites, and they're like, nope, bad. Don't do Bacons. Just put your website, add page, your website, all links. Okay, I will do that. I got to figure it out. I got to take a look and see what some of the other guys are doing. Oh, I see a lot of these guys have all these pages and they work. So I got to see which ones work. Paul Mills, appreciate you coming in and hanging out. The good Wyvern. Hey, the good Kodiak is here too. Just so you know. I mean, you got to say hello to the good Kodiak too, because he's not the bad Kodiak, which you've pointed out many a times, by the way, which is absolutely hysterical. I don't know why I think that is absolutely hysterical, but he always says that there's a bad Kodiak, and I think he's talking about Kodiak Edge.
What's up, Gunmetal James?
Where's that? Did I miss Gunmetal? Yeah, I did.
Yeah, he said hello.
Hey, James. Thanks for coming in, man. Appreciate you. Thanks for hanging out. And I'm assuming that Shay will be on and hang out with us soon as well. Yeah, I will. I can link the website here. Sorry, don't like to give everybody silence, but I apparently can't type and walk and chew gum at the same time or something. So
I bet you do all your reviews while seated, right?
I do none of my reviews while seated. I do them all standing. So, okay, I see Robert Jones in here. What's up, Robert? Thank you for coming in and hanging out. Appreciate you, my friend. We Pocket Fiddler. What's up, buddy? Appreciate you coming in and hanging out. Good to see you. Did I really not make poor Jim a mod? How dare I? I'm failing at my job. My apologies, Jim. Let's see here. Blue, what is up, my friend? What's going on? Appreciate you coming in. Let's see. Who else? Chris, what you've gotten some new stuff recently. What did you get recently, man?
So, I love the Atom in the dragon pattern, and then I purchased from Lone Star the Neutron in the trout pattern, but then I wanted to buy some scales, and they didn't have them, so I ended up buying another Neutron. So now with the pattern. And then I bought the Holier Nerd from him as well, but that's not supposed to be here to the end of the week. And they don't have that one in the dragon scales, but I did get it in the titanium, so that's supposed to be here by Friday. The Dewdrop Bear, and then I've got a couple. I did a couple. Sorry. No, you're good. I did a couple. I'm gonna try to do a video on Sam, but I don't want to announce the knives yet because I'm giving them away as a gift to my son. So,
right on. No, I can understand that. Jen Blaze, thanks for coming in and hanging out, man. Appreciate you.
He and I are in very different places in our journey and what we feel is a good tool. And I'm going to get him one that he wants, and then what I'm hoping will be a gateway drug for him into the next level of collection. So.
Oh, you're a pusher, man. I see how you're doing.
Well, I want my collection to be in good hands when I go. So I've got to get at least one of the kids.
All mine. Yeah. You just have to leave it to. So in case you need the spelling of my name. No, I understand. And so my daughter, she started showing interest in design. Mm-hmm. And it's been kind of cool because she's come in when I was drawing, and she sat down and she's kind of talked to me a little bit about it and kind of thinking it through, why I'm making decisions that I'm making or what I'm doing, what parts. And Fred, you're hilarious, man. And it is absolutely, you want something to pass on, right? You want that we're right now, it's not only the business portion of it, but your collection is somewhat of a legacy in and of itself. And so you kind of want that to live on with somebody that's going to care for it, not parse it out to the lowest bidder just to grab cash, so to speak.
Yeah. It's one of those things where, I joke around about always being 12, and my son's old enough to be either my dad or my grandpa. He's um, mid 20s, but his favorite two artists are Johnny Cash and Frank Sinatra, and I'm like, you were definitely born in the wrong era. And so anyway, he's a very nostalgic kid, and as far as the design piece, once he gets to looking, we'll see. He's 2 to 3 times the engineer that I am, but he's not an engineer. He just looks at something, he works on something, he figures it out, and he's like, nah, I'm bored, off to the next thing. So maybe this will be something that we can bond under.
That would be an awesome thing. And I've only just begun this with my daughter, right? So it's early, and maybe she'll lose interest on it, and then maybe she won't, and we'll see. But I think you and I are building something pretty special here that I think in a few years is going to be spectacular, and I'm really looking forward to it. And I would hope that she wants to be a part of that family business, and I would think it would be really great if one of your kids, or more than one of your kids, wanted to be part of it.
Yeah.
On the Edge, thanks for coming in, man. Love hanging out and love seeing you in here. Appreciate you. So we have 34 people in here right now. If you haven't done it, do me a favor, smash the like button. And if you're not following the channel, subscribe to the channel. We would greatly appreciate that. Lefty will be on shortly. Should be on any minute now. I just actually checked just to make sure he wasn't sending me a message to say that there was something going on or something wrong. So I expect him in here any minute, but appreciate everybody coming in to hang out. So yeah, going back to that design portion of it, I feel like right now I'm kind of, hold on a minute. There he is. What's up, Lefty?
Hey, what's up, man?
Not much. Sorry, I'm always late to live streams. It's kind of a running joke.
No, man. You gave me a heads up immediately and told me that you were gonna be, so it's cool. I appreciate that. I was just we were keeping everybody occupied talking about whatever nonsense babbling. But
nice.
So how's it going, man? I appreciate you coming in and hanging out with us. We've been talking about getting you on the show, but I was like, he's so busy. I didn't want to bug you too much because I know you got a lot going on with everything. But I appreciate you cutting out some time for us, man.
Yeah, not a problem. Just trying to find time is the tough part, with little kids and 3 jobs and all that kind of stuff. It's fun, but it's a lot better than being bored because I was not very good at that.
No, I'm kind of the same way. I get that stir crazy going, and then I drive everybody else around me crazy. So, so Kev, I have been meaning to ask you for a while, and I was just curious, so you are really kind of like the face, right? I've never really seen Colin, so to speak, on any lives. He never kind of hangs out or does anything. You kind of are the forefront of everything. And then Colin kind of just is the man behind the scenes, if you will. Is that kind of safe to say?
Yeah. So like, I'm the face of Divo for sure.
Good looking face.
Thanks. Yeah, Colin, so he's busy. He's got him and his wife have an active social life, and he goes on a lot of trips. I don't know what the hell but he's always out of town doing something.
Active social
plus
life, not like
he's just
upside down
not
pineapple, right?
he's just not like you know, like he doesn't want to be in the limelight kind of thing. So it works out because I obviously don't mind. I enjoy it. I do it all the time. And you know, I'm kind of the marketing face of it, I guess, if you will, and he's the design guy for sure. So yeah,
and that's kind of where I was actually heading. The question was, so with your setup, with your structure, do you design a lot of the knife, or is it more like Colin does a design and you like tweak it and put input and kind of make adjustments so that you both have a piece of it, if you will?
Yeah, so it kind of depends on the knife. It's like different in different cases. So sometimes Colin will just be like, hey, this is something I've been working on, and he'll show me a design, or, you know, the makings of a design, and then I'll give my input on it, and then he'll tweak it, and then we'll kind of go back and forth. That's how some of them start. Some of them start with me drawing the worst drawing like ever. Like literally doesn't look anything like the final. Yeah, looks nothing like the final knife, but I can get my idea across. And then I'll give him that with all my thoughts, and then he'll go and design that with his input. And, you know, that's kind of how we got the stout, the lush. I think there's a couple other ones I'm just not thinking of. The growler is a great example of one that I drew that looks, I mean, I don't even know if I could find the drawing, but it is literally like a 5-year-old drew, you know, like 2 ovals and called it a knife. And then I told him, like, I told on the growler, I was like, dude, I love this specific fixed blade. So like, we're both sheep's foot, Warren Cliff kind of guys, if that's not obvious from our stuff. And on that one, I was like, you know, we should try do something a little different. But I've always been a huge fan of this fixed blade I had back in the day. It was called the Benchmade Hidden Canyon Hunter. And what I loved about it was that it was literally all belly. Like, it's just belly from, you know, tip to tail. And so I gave him this terrible sketch that had a blade about this tall. If you've ever seen the growler, it's, you know, here's an example. Here's
Give me one of these.
Yeah, there you go. Wow, is that the old school one?
You show off.
No, man. So this is
no, it's the acid wash. Okay, dude. Yeah, I thought that was the
I put all the DLC
one, like
hardware on this thing.
Oh god.
I put all DLC hardware on this thing because, you know, you guys put it out with that bronze, and I don't do yellow metal, man. So
I think it was brass. Yeah, brass. Yeah. Brass. Plus, it's heavier, so if you wanted to cut a few ounces out, it's a good way to do it. But that's why we do the kits, because, you know, everybody likes different stuff.
I love this thing, man. I absolutely love it. Chris missed it. He's so mad. He has FOMO.
Yeah, I just did one. There you go, Sam.
Okay. Yeah, that's
actually not half bad.
That's actually better than.
Well, I just traced this.
I didn't want to say it, but I was like, that blade looks like a fireball. But I try not to go crazy with the copy stuff, because I hate that. Looks like this thing. Although it's ironic as hell, because today we were all talking about how that new QSP slip joint looks. Like, it 100% should be in TPK's line of slip joints. That's what it looks like.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Sam doesn't have a clue. He hates slip joints.
Well, he would have seen it. Oh, okay, right.
But I was in the chat and you weren't, so I did see it going.
Yeah, I'm not sure which one of you guys. It's usually Sam, right? Yeah, okay. That's what I thought. You guys have separate. Do you have separate Instagrams and then also a joint one, or how do you do that?
So
Yes.
I only run this. Chris has access to this and just doesn't get on it. So I just run the entire social media thing. So anytime you ever talk to Wyvern Kodiak, it's me.
Okay, gotcha. Let me see if I can change. Hang on one second. There we go. Okay. Sorry, I had the MacBook cam originally. I was wondering why I looked like it was shot on a potato. So yeah, the growler, I drew like this tall of a blade, and it's obviously like one of the tallest that I've seen. And I just told him about this fixed blade I liked, and then I said, let's try to make it sort of sheep's footy. And that's how we got from like a drop point to like a little bit of a lower tip. But that's how it goes a lot of times. Lately, it's been like I'll just have an idea. Because we're kind of at the point where we've definitely exhausted any drawings I had. Because when it first started, I just drew a knife. I was like, what would I want? And that's how I drew the stout, which you could tell because it's not like the best looking silhouette. But I was like, what would I like? And I was like, I love a sheep's foot blade, but I love a Liang Ma deployment type hole. So I talked to Liang Ma. I'm like, dude, do you care if I use a hole that looks like yours? He's like, no. I'm like, all right, cool. So, and I like a neutral handle. And so I drew a fucking straight line. And then that's how we got there, And then I think the Lush and the Barley, they're basically the same design, like origin.
Right.
I really like the tactile. The is the name of that knife? The Bexar, the Bear, whatever, however you say it. It's Bexar, but you pronounce it Bear.
Yeah. Chris,
it's a
didn't you just buy one of those?
And apparently you just decide how words are spoken. So they decided that. I really like that knife. I loved how thin it was, but I hate clip points. And I wanted something to be thin like that, but I wanted a sheep's foot. So I just drew a sheep's foot blade, and then I wanted it to be super thin because that was what was cool about that knife. So we ended up doing the Barley, which is kind of a rare one. I don't know how many are out there. It was a Urban EDC exclusive, and they did like a pre-order, and then like that was it. So I think there's only like a couple hundred of those that are out there.
Cool.
But it is really thin, which I love about it. But yeah, that's kind of how it started early on. And then now it's kind of like I just have an idea. Like I want to do a CEO style knife, right? Like I want something that's like really thin, like pencil or pen style knife, but we want to have it have this and that. And then, 5 months later, he'll be like, hey, I had a chance to work on this, and he'll show me something. And then I'll, change 9 things on it. And then like the cool thing about Colin is I can just tell him what I don't like. Like I don't have to beat around the bush or be nice. I'll just be like, I don't like that. Like, let's, and we'll discuss stuff. Like if he's adamant about something, then normally there's a good reason for that, and vice versa. And we work really well together that way. And then we also have like completely different skill sets, and that really balances out too. I don't know if you guys are like
now we're very similar. We're very similar. So we're both telecommunications engineers by trade, but where Chris
both
is
nerds.
Yes, absolutely. 100%. Every time you sit there and talk about my network is struggling when you're on a live, I'm chomping at the bit. I'm like, Lefty, just look at me. I can fix all your problems.
Oh, yeah? You think so?
Yeah.
Well, it turned out it was my phone. It just needed an update or something. It wasn't syncing right with my MacBook for some weird reason. But
yeah, it does make sense. But they, either way, if you have network issues, you can reach out to me. I can absolutely help you. I've been a network engineer for a long time, and
so network as in like internet or like
internet, cybersecurity, telephones, the whole ordeal. As a matter of fact, Chris even called me today because he had an issue that he needed help with, and he called me up today and said, "What do you know about Wi-Fi outdoor controllers?" And I was like, "Let me tell you."
He's like, I've
only got about 2.5 hours. You were also a telecommunications expert.
He's a different kind of expert.
Yeah, so I'm more on the so Sam knows how to build it, and I know how to tell people why they should buy it. So,
so what you mean to say is you're a salesman.
I'm a sales engineer. I support salespeople who go find the opportunities, and then I help ensure that
you need to know shit
will work.
To explain stuff. Got it.
Yeah, and then Sam actually can make it work. He can make the dreams come true.
Okay.
Yeah,
so you're the technical side.
Yeah, I am the technical whiz when it comes to that kind of stuff for sure.
I'm the kind of guy that I like things and people. Usually salespeople only like people, and then guys like Sam typically only like things. And so
I do. I really only just like things. I mean, I really like this thing right now. This has been my thing all damn day.
Oh, yeah. I thought you were okay. I thought you were saying something else.
Yeah, that's what she said.
Well, I was thinking more like what he said.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, you're right.
If you like things,
Not that kind of thing.
That's outstanding, because I was immediately thinking that's what he said. I'm glad you said it.
So is it like a rule that if you're in the chat, you get a wrench? Is that kind of how it works? Because everybody over here has a wrench.
Yeah. So if I know the person, or if they repeat themselves into our chat here for more than a couple of times, I'd probably give them a wrench. The way I look at it is, if a troll comes in this room, they are severely outgunned.
That's true. But the trolls are the best to talk to.
Oh, I'm not saying that we should throw them out.
I usually just let them go, because they usually have a good point,
I'll let them go for a little while. It's just when they become belligerent and make everybody miserable. Because, not that we have any in here, but like the other day, I had a great person that hopped into the comments of one of my videos, and they were talking about how I am supporting communist China and all the hate crimes and crimes against humanity, and that how dare I buy Chinese-made anything. And I was like, dude, it's called economy.
Sounds about right.
It's called economics, bro. I hate to tell you, but countries buy from each other and stuff.
And unfortunately, communist-run places, the efficiencies that they're able to create in production is hard to compete with.
It's ridiculous. Like
it is true.
I've been trying to get a knife made here for years.
EDC video. Right? I'm supporting an American company that's doing this. Right? It's just like if I buy one of your knives, Kev. Like, I'm supporting an American company, even though you buy manufacture overseas. That doesn't mean I'm buying China necessarily.
I've had this conversation so many times, it gets very old after a while. But basically, the bottom line is essentially 75% of that money stays here. That's the math on it, because most of the time we're using American steel, American materials like camo carbon or whatever. Or maybe it's a NATO country, like, it's fat carbon or something. I think, is Lithuania NATO? Probably not, but it's a European country, whatever.
It's not communist.
Exactly. And the shipping costs, usually it's an American company that you're shipping through, UPS, FedEx, DHL is German, but whatever. Again, and then the money paid for the knives, obviously, that we get and the dealer gets, all of these people are American. You're supporting dealers and truck drivers and me and Colin and whatever, you know. But yes, some of that money goes to China, which means some of that money goes to the CCP, which is obviously not ideal. It's not like that's what you want. You know, I don't try to like be ignorant to it, or, you know, like there's not great things going on there either. I also don't think like they're the worst people in the world. Like, I know I've talked to a lot of Chinese people doing this, and met a lot of them at shows and stuff. A great example, like I have a knife right here from Pyrotech. I don't know if you guys know Kay and Damon from Pyrotech. Like, those are legitimately good people.
Yeah.
So, you know,
I mean, we talk to our manufacturers all the time, right? I mean, we talk to our manufacturers all the time. One of my favorite people is Joyce at Concept. Okay. And I mean, she's just such a fun person. Every time I see her, she runs over and gives me a hug.
She's a wild one, that's for sure.
She is, right? And so she reached out to me the other day. She says, "Hey, are you going to Blade Show, Texas?" I said, "Yes, I am." She said, "Great, we've got extra tickets. You want a ticket?" Sure. It's like, heck, I guess I'll save $50, right? So like, sure, why not?
There you go.
So I was thinking, cool. You know, or do I just go up to the front desk and ask them, is it going to be like a will call thing? And she's like, no, when you get here, just send me a message and I'll bring it out. And I was like, okay, are you giving me like both days? And she's like, oh no, this is an exhibitor's pass. And I was like, yes, I don't have to wait online in Texas.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, you know, she's just like you said, they're not all bad. Not every one of them is trying to build the war machine to kill us.
I get the argument, you know, like, you know, America, rah rah, like, you know, I'm all about trying to buy American. Like, when it comes to guns and stuff, I really try to just buy American. I don't know why. It's like with that, I have like I don't want to buy Turkish guns for some reason, you know, and one of my arguments is I want to buy American, but the reason for that is there's a lot of American manufacturers. Like, I can buy American, you know, like if I wanted to try to get something made, I could do it. But with knives, it's like, if you want to get a fixed blade made, sure, you can get a fixed blade made. But a folding knife, it takes, people have done it, obviously, it's been done. But usually you need to know the right person that I don't know. And or you need to have, much like Liam Neeson, you need to have a particular set of skills. And you need to be able to set detents, and you need to be able to grind the blade, whatever it is. You need to be able to finish the knife, because there's not a lot, but there's a couple of guys who will machine blanks for you. They'll machine the titanium handles for you. They'll get you the parts from either, you know, tie connector, or they'll have them turned by somebody who does, you know, has a Swiss lathe or whatever. And they'll get you the parts, and then you have to assemble it and complete the job. I don't have those skills, unfortunately. And I don't know if I want to either, because it would drive me up a wall probably trying to set detents.
Hand assemble every one of them.
I don't have those skills either.
Yeah.
And not yet.
You can get them done here, but for the most part, it's an inaccessible thing. So it's not like so for me, I would 100% understand the argument if it was like an equal option, or even like, let's say you could get it done here, but it just costs 10%, 15% more, and then we weren't doing it. We were using China anyway to save that 10%. I get it. Rip us a new one. But when it's like the option is don't get the knife made at all or use China, it's like I don't quite understand why, you know, people get so upset about it.
Yeah. And not only that, but if you do get a company that will go end to end for you or take care of everything, it's going to be what, it's like a 2-year wait or something, right? The last time I talked to Jared about it, he said it's a 2-year wait minimum.
For what?
For having a company
Production.
on US build it.
Oh yeah. So he just mentioned Dead Reckin Knives. I know a guy who actually paid them some money, got some prototypes made, whatever. Chris from Renegade EDC, he actually now works for a regular defense. He moved over to, he's like the head of sales for a gun manufacturer. I guess they make accessories and they make suppressors and stuff. But anyway, he was having a knife made by them. It all fell apart. They wanted to change to like a 2-year wait, like you said, because all of a sudden they got a big order for something else that is way easier to manufacture. And, you know, he's got this, like, whatever it is, 300-piece order or whatever. Like, he's not afraid. He wasn't afraid to spend money. So I don't think it was, like, you know, a tiny order. Like, he wasn't ordering 50 knives. Like, he was probably ordering a decent number, and he was going to shell out probably, you know, couple hundred grand. But when they get an order for $1 million to do, you know, something that's like this shape and takes, you know, 10 minutes on the machine instead of all this extra work that it goes into. Basically, the bottom line is here, companies have the choice. Like, look at Aero Precision. You know, are you guys into guns at all?
Yeah, both of us are.
So Aero Precision's like a huge, or they were, are whatever, a really big company, right? They make ARs and stuff like that. And then they started buying companies. So they bought like a barrel manufacturer. They bought whatever. And they've been like sort of going under, sort of. And they have all these debts. And they're like, you know, selling off stuff. Like, they didn't go to SHOT Show this year. They just turned their booth into a lounge. But it turns out they're going back to aerospace. So they were in aerospace, Aero Precision. They were an aerospace company, and then they got into manufacturing guns, and then they, you know, obviously built that up and whatever. But because the gun market's down and whatever, they are now turning back to aerospace, which is kind of the thing. These companies, these shops, they have the option to make aerospace parts, which, guess what? They pay way more money than dudes trying to get, you know, 100 or 200 or 300 knives made. It just doesn't make sense. Where in China, they have superfluous amounts of just machines. Like, they have CNC machines all over the place, and they can do aerospace. And then they have a chunk of people who fucking make staplers, and then they have a chunk of people.
Hey Siri, can you tell me what superfluous means? You're using too big of words for this for this simple channel, buddy.
Superfluous. I didn't even use it right, but whatever.
Well, you know, it's
it
one
means
of those
what
things.
You think it means. You have too many. Like, it's too much of something.
You know, I spent a brief period of time. I was a director of engineering for a manufacturing plant that had about 300 people in the plant, and we did custom design. So everything that we did was brand new. And, you know, it's a lot easier when you can, you know, lather, rinse, repeat, right? You get your stuff done, you figure it all out, you know what all your settings are, all your processes, and you keep kicking that out, and it's no problem. But what the challenge I see, and what China has figured out really well, is how to just, like you just said, everybody just makes these one things over and over and over. So they've got the skill set of doing that. And so being able to dial in a D10 is much faster. Being able to make adjustments on the machines are a lot faster. And, you know, I think that R&D was a terrible time suck in my experience. And it's trying to get it all figured out for one time, you know, for this one blade shape, for this one handle shape, for this one.
Dude, imagine if the government was supplying you like the best equipment you could get to pump out. Not like
the machines don't stop,
That'd
right?
be
It's
awesome.
24 hours. And on top of that, if you look at how the workflow does, it's like, all right, here's where we bring the steel in. This is where we work it. This goes to the knife company. Like they've got their shipping.
Oh yeah.
With how a workflow would go.
The logistics are pretty crazy. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah,
with that. That's like
the efficiencies that they're able to set up are just different because people don't have a choice. Like
they have one shop that does all the heat treating for everybody. You know, they have a shop that does DLC, whatever, right? Like, shops here, they got to do everything. Or, you know, we do have that. Like we have a lot of knife brand or companies, shops here that work together and like, you know, will help each other out with stuff. But it's like on a much lower scale. And, you know, and then the other thing is the barrier to entry is just way higher. So where you end up, you know, you can just barely produce a knife and you have to charge $500-600 for it.
Well,
you know?
and like you said, is when you're partnering with somebody too, you may be shipping that a couple hundred to, you know, to 1,000 miles to deliver your stuff and receive it back. So it's not like things are 20 miles down the road and you can do a clean and easy handoff.
Yeah, that's true. They keep everything centralized in one town. Like every knife is made in Yangjiang, Guangdong.
I think I read 80% of all the knives on the planet are made in that town.
I mean, 80% of everything on the planet is made in China. Probably.
True.
Yeah.
It's fucking, the ones ridiculous.
In Italy, MKM, isn't that like one big like area?
Yeah, that's also Maniago is where they have a lot of knife companies or shops in Italy. So you have MKM is like, you know, Lion Steel.
It's a conglomerate now.
Yeah. Lion Steel. What are the other ones? I think there's one called one's called Makita, I think. I think that's like also obviously the power tool brand, but it's something like that. But I think it's with like an MI. It's like Makita. Yeah. Lion Steel, and then whatever you just said, Fox,
Viper,
yeah.
There's a few other ones. Yeah,
I think those are the four that like are MKM. Yeah, and then Germany has like they used to have a centralized sort of knife area in Solingen, but it's mostly just Boker at this point.
Real quick,
Taiwan.
Hey Sam, can you highlight Bob Tism's comment about Chinese knives hitting between 350 and 450 now? You know, I think there's something to look at.
What Chinese production knives are that price?
I mean, you can get some Wies that are there. And
Bob, are you talking about Wii, Kaiser, Best Tech, those guys? Or are you talking about like Divos? Like, because there's a big difference there, right?
Yeah.
That's why I'm curious.
That's 100% true.
Many Riots and Wies. Okay.
Yeah.
You know, to me, that says that they're just expensive to produce. Whatever they're doing on those knives is costing them quite a bit of money because they usually try to put the lower price on it if they can. Also, a big factor would probably be the tariffs. So I have a theory that some of the Chinese companies, when the tariffs hit, they decided, okay, we're going to just keep doing what we're doing. We're going to make these quality premium knives, and we're just going to add the 15% or whatever it is that we have to add to make it worth it, right? And some of the companies, which I think are obvious, Kaiser, Concept, I haven't had a ton of QSPs, but like those brands, they tend to be the more budget brands. They decided, okay, we're going to find ways to basically cut corners around it so we can cut the costs on the knives we'll keep the prices the same so that people still are like, okay, nice, like cheap budget knives, you know, but we're delivering essentially not a lesser quality product, but a lesser like constructed product. So they all started doing these fucking proud liner knives left and right. Everything's a proud liner knife. We didn't like, nobody wanted proud liners after what, like 2022. I haven't seen many proud liner knives. Everything's nested.
I don't know
you
a
want
single
nested
one of them,
liners.
I don't think.
Like, who doesn't want nested liners?
Yeah.
They're all promoting proud liners like it's some new cool thing. It makes it more strong or whatever, you know, makes it stronger, more strong. And then you saw the rise of the crossbar lock, which I think, again, I hate the crossbar lock, so I'm probably not the best person to talk on it. I am biased for sure. But I pretty much for a fact know that the crossbar lock is cheaper to manufacture than other locks. Making a frame lock that's dialed in requires a little bit more work. It requires more hands-on for sure. Where a crossbar lock, you can just rinse and repeat crossbar locks. It is made for mass manufacturing. It's allowed, basically. We have accepted that a crossbar lock has play in it, that, you know, the vertical play doesn't really matter. It's still super strong. It has, you know, blade play, but whatever. So they all started doing crossbar locks, and they all started doing proud liners when the tariffs hit. And that's my theory, that it was to keep costs down so they didn't have to raise the price, because they know their customers over here are mostly just looking at the price. And if that price went up from 50 to 70, they'd be bitching about it. But if they now have proud liners, they'd be fine. They just keep paying the $50.
Yeah, we pocket fiddler.
You're not wrong, man. But that's right now, right? I mean, that's like top liner locks, top button liner locks are like super hot right now. Everybody's getting
those
into
are
it.
the shit, though.
Oh, I'm not
it was button locks for a long time. But I think even a button lock is harder to produce than a crossbar lock. I just really think the rise of the crossbar lock had a lot to do with economic reasons. It's cheaper to make this.
Yeah. And to go back to one of the comments, so I saw some folks talking about like prices and stuff like that. So, you know, different things play into your pricing. Okay. I mean, so take our knife, for instance, right? So this thing is 4 millimeters thick. Okay. It is a slob when it comes to thickness at the spine. Okay. It's Vanex. So it's probably
a slob or a slab?
No, it's a slob.
Yes, the
and a
both.
slab. But it is absolutely, you know, it is thick. It is a beast. It's over 8 inches long.
The blade thickness is superfluous. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it's a big knife, dude. I used to actually be a proponent that the size of the knife doesn't really matter that much until we did the Growler XL, because I immediately found out that it costs more to make a big ass knife. Like the difference between, you know, this knife, here's a great example, and this knife, you know, when we did the nip lights, we were selling those for $99. We did do the Growlers, I think, the V2. We got one version, I think, to $99, but we were like not making any money on that. I just wanted to have a sub $100 one. It was like the G10 version or something.
Yeah.
But there is a difference. I'd say you can probably see like a 15 or 20% swing on that. And that is meaningful. So, I definitely admit I was wrong on that.
Right. I mean, belt satin costs more. DLC costs more. If you're doing titanium hardware versus you're doing stainless steel, it's more money, right? Everything costs more when you add to the premium of it. So, I mean, it's just we as companies aren't making like wealthy type of money off of knives. I think a lot of people think that we're, tripling our money or something out of the gate, and like everybody's walking away with hundreds of thousands of dollars from a knife run. And I'm like, well, that's not really the case though.
Yes. Some people have a very just messed up thought process on the price points of stuff. Like I've had a lot of conversations with people about it, and like nobody is, nobody's driving a Lambo because they did a knife run, except for wait, I take that back. Except for what's that guy's name? The J Cape, J Cape guy. What's their brand? Something Obscene. Something Obscene. Yeah, that guy drops a knife, and then he's got a fucking, he's got a 3500 HD wrapped with fucking Something Obscene and a 4-wheeler with the same wrap on it. Like rolls up the Blade Show the next week. No, I'm just kidding. But it's not. There's not that much money in it. Trust me. We have to pay taxes on this shit. If there's 2 of you, well, guess what? You got to split the money. You have all the costs that go into it, paying the OEM, obviously, all the swag and shit that comes with the knife. Like we do cloths and stickers, all that shit costs money. Shipping everything, all over the place. The cost of customer service and warranty, the hours that I put into that,
the prototypes that you don't recover any, the prototypes you don't recover any money for.
Well, you got to sell them at Blade Show. That's what we do. We end up bringing whatever we have to Blade Show, or I sell them on Whatnot now. When I do Whatnot streams, I'll sell prototypes. But yeah, if you use Kubi, unfortunately, you have D2 blades, so like, we can't charge too much for them.
No.
But they're also cheap. They're like $250 a piece.
Gunmetal James asked for a 3V version of the Tall Boy.
What?
You wanted your Tall Boy to come in a 3V?
Oh, a 3V.
Yeah.
Sorry, I thought he said 3D, and I'm like, it is.
Sorry, no, 3V nice steel. Yeah.
I'm like, dude, it is. It's real. Like it's 3D. Sorry, dude. 3V is interesting. I don't know. I'm not really a 3V guy. Like I want to do like K390. 3V. I don't know. What's the benefit of 3V?
It's super tough.
And it has no corrosion resistance, I think. And
yeah, very low.
Like, is the edge retention really good? Like, I don't know. Would you take 3V over M4 or Magna Cut even?
Not over K390 if you're if you're prioritizing edge retention, but if you're prioritizing toughness, it does have a solid edge retention on it for the toughness level. But it's not stainless, so it's easy to do both of those things.
I just don't know if that makes sense for that knife specifically. Like if we did a big boy fixed blade or something, then I would definitely consider it. But I don't want to sit here and be like, yeah, I'll think about it. We're not going to do a 3V tall boy folder. But if we do a fixed blade, like in this one, I've been carrying the big boy prototype.
I love that.
We did a fixie of this in 3V. I could see that maybe.
Yeah. Daily Gear Guide. He says, what about LMAX?
Yeah, LMAX is dope. But it doesn't really make sense on the tall boy because I think I would rather have S90V because I'm going to get better edge retention. And I don't necessarily need the extra toughness I'm getting with LMAX. And then if I was going to do a bowler steel, I would do Vanex if I could. But like, we could do, I'm not against LMAX. So that is possible. I'll say that.
Yeah.
we are doing the Vostede. Vostede's doing the nip L, so the nipple. They're doing that one, and I'm pretty sure it's in LMAX. So that's coming soon.
So Bobtism, Magnamax, right? So I think
I don't know anything about Magnamax. I thought it was a joke when I saw it.
That's the thing. Nobody knows enough about it yet, right? Nobody's mastered the heat treat and everything else. Like I'm not going to be the dummy, the test dummy for it.
Do you have like a breakdown on it? Like what? Give me the I don't know. Like pretend I know nothing. Like
hey, metallurgy boy, your job.
Well, I've not done a lot of reading on it. What I have seen is it's MagnaCut, but with higher edge retention and higher toughness, and just as easy to sharpen and just as stain resistant.
It's what?
It's supposed to be MagnaCut on steroids. It has all the benefits, but it higher edge retention and
okay. So here's the thing. Like, what's up, Casey? Here's my initial reaction to that. So just want to recap a little bit here. So Lair Thomas is the guy who always told us that there's trade-offs to everything in knife steel. So if you raise up the edge retention, something else is coming down. And then magically, like 3 years ago, he came out with MagnaCut, and apparently it wasn't part of those rules. It didn't matter. And now you're telling me there's a steel that is just better than MagnaCut in all ways. Like, what is he, like a wizard? Or I mean, I know he is with steel, but like, why don't the rules apply to his steels? Like, is it just marketing fucking bullshit? Is what I'm asking. Sorry, do you guys have like a?
No,
I have to watch my language.
You're good. We're an adult channel here. You're good.
Okay.
Yeah,
if Casey's watching, I got to be careful.
And I think that's where Sam's going is we've not seen anybody test it to know, right?
Yeah,
I would love to.
That's the thing, right? Like Casey just said, like MagnaCut, MagnaCut is all hype, right? And I mean, look, I guess we can debate that all day long, Casey. I think MagnaCut's not all hype. I think that MagnaCut is only limited to certain companies that do it exceptionally well. Right? I think
MagnaCut doesn't have better edge retention than S35EN or corrosion resistance. Now, I think that's wrong.
It's got better corrosion resistance.
What HRC though are you looking at? Because that is, unfortunately, that's like a big factor, and it's kind of the reason we haven't done MagnaCut. Two reasons we haven't done MagnaCut on a Divo. One, I've kind of just been reserving it for if we ever do get a knife made here. Which, by the way, we've been trying for like 3 or 4 years now. We've gone through 3-4 OEMs and lost a lot of money. And we just can't get past a prototype. Sometimes we can't even get a prototype. It's a year-long process, and then it falls apart. It's almost like clockwork, honestly, the way that's happened. And number two is
that's too low HRC guide.
Yeah. So the HRC is the problem with MagnaCut for me. I don't trust anybody in China to actually hit 64, and that's what I would want if I did MagnaCut.
Correct.
So, like, I know from experience that China can hit 61 to 62, right? Like 60 to 62 is probably like the best you're going to get out of them. 61, 62, whatever. So I try to work within that. What's the best steel at that range, right? And S9EV just checks that box. 154 CM checks that box. 14C even checks that box. So, like, the steels that are really good at 61 are Vanex. Those are the steels that I like because I feel like you're going to more consistently get, like, good heat treat. Where if we had to trust somebody to hit 64 on MagnaCut, I don't know. I'm sure they've done it. Plus, there's some weird shit with MagnaCut where, like, you know, they're not actually supposed to sell it to China.
Yeah.
But
so James,
yeah, like I'm
James
sure
is
they've done
bringing up what I'm
63 and
saying.
a half. But like, if you ordered MagnaCut right now from Best Tech, it's probably going to be at like 61. Unless you hound them and are like, you gotta hit 63. If you don't do it, I'm, you know, like all that shit. And then they're gonna tell you, well, that's too high. Like, you're gonna be taking all the risk if these start, like, if they get too brittle and tips start breaking off or whatever. We're not warranting that at all. Like, you know, if during production that happens, you're paying for a whole nother batch of steel. Because I've had that conversation with Best Tech, trying to get them to go to, I just wanted them to go to 62, I think, on 20 CV.
So I'd be curious. I'd like to have and maybe this is a conversation that we should arrange, Chris. I'll call him and ask him, right? I'm friends with him. John Rusk, who runs EMP EDC.
Yeah.
Right. All of his nimbles right now are coming out in MagnaCut. He's posting out there at 63, 64 HRC.
Yeah.
So I want to know, is he getting them tested? Because he seems to be pretty adamant by the factors of how he's running things.
I know that probably whoever said they've done 63 and a half, they probably are talking about a EMP. I know he gets them to do it. My point is that their baseline is not 63 and a half. I seriously doubt that. Their baseline is lower than that if they can get away with it. But I'm sure some of these OEMs will cater to you if you try hard enough. And you know, it's probably 50-50 that they told John, like, dude, like, you're going to be responsible then if anything happens to these blades. And, you know, he's trusting the steel, which I get that. But when that came up for us, I wasn't taking the risk on that. Like, if they have problems with all the blades and then I got to pay another, you know, whatever it is, 10, 20 grand or whatever to remake blades, or, you know, I don't know. Just not.
When I had the last time I talked to John, so I asked him when we were signing with Best Tech, I had asked them, you know, what is your warranty look like through Best Tech as far as, you know, how many problems have you had? What's your percentage of you know, bad blades, whatever? And he said that he has not had over 2% on any run with them.
Oh, no, Best Tech is very good. They hit their numbers. We've had runs where, you know, we have, like, call it a handful or less, where it's just some shit, you know, that we can't actually fix or whatever. Like, you know, there's always some where you got to just tweak centering or whatever. They over tighten it at the factory or whatever. But, like, legitimate problems, I think, like, on the Buzz and the Stout V2, we had like 2 or 3, and then they actually sent us a FedEx label, sent the FedEx guy to our house to pick it up, and they shipped the 3 knives back to themselves, and they fixed them, and they sent them back to us. So we got 100% of the knives dialed in. Okay. Now, I'll say Kubi they're almost like right there. And they're they're a lot less expensive. And obviously Riot is usually like 100%. Very good.
Interesting.
So
DDP 189. Cool.
Yeah, DDP 189 is cool.
So Riot, that's an interesting story. So it came down to Riot and Best Tech for Chris and I.
Yeah, I would have went with Riot 100%. I would have went.
Well, the only reason why we didn't go,
I guarantee you, I told you that if you asked me, but
no, and you and several other people did tell me to go with them. Here's where we were having an issue. I had priced Timascus pivot collars for the knife. Okay.
Yeah.
And they wanted an absurd amount. So
they're both really expensive for those materials.
They only use Nichols Timascus.
Yeah, well, that shit is the most expensive.
Yeah. And I'm like, well, look, dude, I need a tiny little 2mm ring like around the pivot. I don't want that. Like, I'm not getting the benefit. If I was putting a scale across or inlay across, like, sure, I want the best right there because you're going to see it. But a little pivot collar, like, I'm not paying $80-something for a set of pivot collars per knife. That's just not, because now I got to make these people. Right?
I would have changed. I would have just changed the material.
I'm being stubborn. I didn't want to do that.
Or you could have got it yourself and shipped it to them. They would have done that.
Yes. Well, you know what? We're in the midst of pricing out OEM number 2. So if we run into that issue on number 2, that's exactly what we may do. You know, I am pricing. I've got 4 OEM bids out right now, and we'll see what comes back. And actually, not one of them is Best Tech, because I'd like to try somebody else. Not that we've had any issue with Best Tech. Best Tech's
communication and customer service is on point.
Yeah.
I don't have any complaints about any of that with Best Tech. It's literally just their price. And I've told them, and you know, they will try to, you know, they'll come down in price so much, but then once they get to a certain point, they start trying to get you to use lesser materials or get lesser quality by using their other shop, which is their budget shop. You know, they use 2 OEMs or whatever they do. My theory is they use 2 OEMs, one for budget shit, one for premium stuff. I mean, they pretty much admit that. And the budget stuff is not that great. The premium stuff is fantastic. Like, it might as well be Riot. Like, it's really good. It's not like 100% Riot, but it's fucking close enough that they're pretty much level. Riot does some things better, but it's almost like it's the same conversation I had with people with Kubi, because the price point you get with Kubi versus Riot, right? Although it has crept up over the years. Most people can't see those nuances. Like, it just doesn't matter to them. So like, they'd rather just have the knife that's $200 instead of $300, you know?
I get that. I think so. And Kev, I think I told you this in the chat the other day for us, right? It was Best Tech came back and said, we will rebid your OEM if you give us a second chance. Because I sent them a denial letter, told them we're not going with them. And they came back and said, please give us another chance. Would you let us compete for your business? Hey, man, if you want to jump through hoops for me, go for it, buddy. I mean, I'm the circus, you're the monkeys. Let's go. And so that's exactly what they did. They came down, they were only $6 or $8 more per knife than Kubi.
Okay, but is this a budget knife or a premium knife?
Fanatics, titanium.
Oh, you're talking about for that knife?
Yeah.
They were only $6 or $8 more than Kubi.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I get maybe because is it like? Can I see the knife again?
Yeah.
We're talking.
And we got more
titanium.
people.
Is it a frame lock?
It is a frame lock.
So titanium frame lock, hollow ground.
Hollow grind.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to say it's like simple or whatever, but like, I think I could understand how they could come down more on that because it's a frame lock, titanium frame lock with a blade. Like, it doesn't have inlays. It's not like, you know, but that is, I mean, that hopefully they're still using their premium shop, because that's where I worry about it with Best Tech. When they come down in price, at some point they basically are using their other shop, which does not make knives as well. But you would You should notice that on the
Oh
prototype.
no, these are very well made, and Chris and I beat the living crap out of these things in his garage. I mean, we literally like abused the hell out of them for a couple of hours, and they performed crazy well. We just want to raise the grind up a little bit so we can get a little thinner behind the edge, and then this thing is going to be stupid. And not only that, but the competition that we put it against in the garage was like Koenig Arius, and we put it up against.
But what are you,
Padre?
like, what are you doing?
Let's see, leather. We basically did all the things that like Duty does on all of his stuff: Cecil rope, ratchet straps.
Oh, you're talking about like what he cuts.
Yeah,
I don't think I've ever seen a Duty cutting video.
I
think I did. I think I
video.
did see one because I sent him a lush or something.
So Chris had to rebuild his deck. Okay, he had all the spindles from the deck. Okay, he was feathering them off with this thing. I mean, we were just beating the crap out of this thing with everything we had. And I mean, I videoed everything, and I took like I kind of cut it together. I edited a video into like 4 minutes long. Okay, I can show it to you. It is. I mean, we beat the.
I believe you.
What I was looking for, is the blade going to roll? Is it going to chip? If
you're worried about the blade, it just comes down to the heat treat, really. And they usually do it well. You said it's Vanex?
Yes.
Yeah, Vanex is also the shit. Like, that's my favorite steel. And as long as they hit, like, did they tell you what the heat treat is? Is it like 61?
60, 62.
Yeah, so 61, basically.
Yeah.
That's just a great steel at a great heat treat. Yeah, you're gonna do great with that.
And then we've got, I mean, and you saw the pictures of the variations and stuff like that because you're the one that named Blurpinkle. So thank you, by the way. We're actually using that name.
We're gonna use that title, yeah.
But like this one here, they were like, "Oh, you want to just?"
What if we just send you a left-handed one?
You want to do?
Are you gonna make lefties?
Yep.
Yeah.
Hell yeah, dude. That's what I always tell people. If you're using Best Tech or Riot, you don't really have an excuse. Like, just make we do 5 of each version. That's it. And I wouldn't even do that if I was you, but because you have a shit ton of versions, right? I think I saw like 12 versions.
We're gonna narrow it to.
We're only gonna.
I thought I saw like a whole shit ton.
We had 6.
Oh, okay.
We had 6 and then narrowed it from there. Yeah.
Yeah, you could probably do like 5 of each in lefty and call it a day. Like, don't order more than that because
No, we're not gonna go crazy, but
even like just do like a pre-order for lefties or something, and see if you get any orders. Like, I'm telling you, we did 35 on the Lush V2. We did 5 of each version. So was it 30 maybe? We did sell all those pretty quick, but I haven't had like a bunch of lefties knocking my door down for that knife. Lefties are loud, but they don't buy shit. Like, it's stupid. So, we learned our lesson because on the Stout V2, the second run we did with TPK, he ordered 75 lefties. And I told him, I was like, dude, that's too many. Like 50. Because we ordered 50 the first run, and I had 15 of them for like a year,
Holy crap.
And there's no way he doesn't still have a bunch. Like, he probably still has 25 of those, 30 of those lefties. So
yeah. No, we've decided. So Blurpinkle. And that was really kind of a happy accident, right? We asked for Blurple, and they gave us pink, but the edges are Blurple. So with a satin blade, I think it came out.
Have you talked to them and said, "Can you repeat this?"
No, we don't want it. Everybody loves the thing. It's more popular than any other model right now.
No, that's what I'm saying. You want to make sure you talk to Best Tech and say, "This is what we want."
Yeah,
because they might actually get it right. And then
No, I sent her a message and asked her about that. And Jillian, who runs it, she actually said that they have the electro charge, whatever that they use for it.
The voltage.
Yeah, voltage.
Is it just straight titanium or is it crystal tie or something?
No, straight tie.
Okay, so yeah, it's just the voltage. As long as they treat it the same way before they do it, because they use some kind of forget what it's called, but they use etching or whatever. I think that's what it goes into when they anodize it. It goes into like an etching liquid or something. So as long as all that's the same and they hit the voltage, it's just a matter of how long they put it in. You know,
and then
that would suck if you advertise it and then it comes back just regular blurple.
You know, the only thing that I was disappointed with was, you know, we wanted to have really good lock bar access, and they missed that on the prototype. And again, I'm sure they're going to hit it and it'll be fine. But you know, they called us and like,
So what happened was, if you look here, they have a little bit of lock bar access, but what they were supposed to do is they were supposed to chamfer the edge on the lock bar. You know what? Hold on, I'll blow my screen up, man. It's make your life easier.
So it's not really access, it's the finish on it, you're saying.
I thought we had a little bit more access too out of that.
Okay, so that's what when we first started, that's what happened to us. Every design, we thought we had enough and it never was enough. So we just started adding. I mean, you guys, if you've ever handled one of our knives, we got tons of lock bar access.
Dude, I have handled one of your knives. Yeah. Come on, man.
So just add more is what I'm saying.
There's my favorite. Yeah.
Just add more lock bar access and you're good. But I wouldn't say they missed it. You guys missed it. I mean, it's your file. It's your design.
Actually, they told me when they were sending it to me, they said flat out, hey, listen, when we made this, because they created a, how was it that they did this? So they had to redo all the lock sides of the scales. When they had initially made the knife, they were getting crazy lock rock. And they called me up and they were like, we're having a problem. And we need to remake all the lock sides of the scales because we need to change one little portion of where the lock is. I was like, okay, do it. And I was like, I don't want the protos. If you're going to send me protos with lock rock, like that's no go. And so they said, okay. And then they remade them, but they forgot to do that one portion of what they had done on the first one. So she called me up and she said, all right, well, we kind of screwed the pooch again and we forgot this. And I said, okay, what is it?
So it is in your design. They just screwed it up.
And so I said, okay.
Sorry, okay.
I said, look, you know what? It's a situation where I'm not concerned with because that's something that's correctable that I understand.
Ask them to send you a production sample so they can do it during production. Like when they're basically done, they can send you a knife so you can confirm it. See if they can do something like that just in case there's not enough, then there might still be time to have them go back. Especially if it's like lock bar access, that's something where they're removing more. They're not trying to add material back, which you can't do, obviously.
Yeah. No, I could definitely ask for that.
Yeah, just see if there's a way for them to use a scale that they have it in the shop and do it and just show you a picture or something. They don't have to ship it to you. But just like show us one so we can confirm that it's going to be the way we want, or just trust them. You know, you can do that.
Yeah.
No thanks.
But more, in my opinion, with lock bar access, more is always better. Some people are weird about it because they aesthetically they want to keep things a certain way. And then some people are weird about it because they're like, if you have too much access, you could unlock the knife with, and it's like. I've never seen. I've never done that on accident or on purpose. But whatever,
But we're doing.
So I always like a lot of access because we're all fidgeting with these things. Like we're not, So I'm not gonna pretend that I'm not doing that. And so I need that lock bar access because my thumb will get like raw. And it'll get like, I'll jack up my thumb just opening and closing the knife because of the lock bar access. So that's why I always like having a lot. Somebody asked about crystallized tie. said he he rubbed against his wooden beard comb, and he asked if he could buff it out. You know, I've seen those marks on crystallized tie, and it does look like shit. I honestly don't know the answer to that. I assume that you could refinish it, because I'm fairly sure that like finish of the material actually is like permeated through the whole material. It's not like a coating or something.
Yeah, it is.
I'm not positive.
I've seen the
so I don't want to
slabs
sit
cut.
here and tell you to buff it and then I'm wrong.
Yeah, no, it is permeated through though, right? So that's like superheated to like 2,300 degrees or something, and it does. I've seen the slabs for sale and whatnot, which are going for crazy money right now, by the way.
Yeah, crystallized tie is actually pretty expensive.
Yeah, it is.
It's weird because for a moment there, we were getting pricing where it wasn't much more than regular tie, and then all of a sudden it started being like zircotie. It's like, okay,
got in demand, and the, you know,
yep,
it's they're striking while the iron's hot, so to speak, on that. So
yeah, we've been using it a bit on every knife just to have something different, you know. But I like crystallized tie. It's really cool stuff. So
I only have one knife in crystallized tie. I have a drop bear, not one of the new ones. I have the original drop bear, the one that's like faded from like gold to blue.
Oh yeah, that's cool. Those are cool. Yeah, I don't know if I have anything like right here, but I like it for accents mostly. I mean, not too long ago, Tuya was doing like full integrals out of it. That shit was wild. I don't know if I like it for that, but like if you did like purple crystallized tie accents or something, I think that would be cool.
You know, Lefty, why do you use fat carbon? Do you prefer the feel of it, the durability? Is it a cost thing? Is it several factors?
Yeah, so camo carbon. We don't use fat carbon because there's something about the colorways with fat carbon that like I like it better than nothing. Obviously, I like it better than standard carbon fiber or whatever. But if I have a choice, I'll always choose camo carbon because I like the way they do the pattern better.
Yeah.
Like there's always there's like the grays in there.
Yeah.
And on fat carbon, I don't like the way it looks. Like it's too bright.
Hey, did they use the right side of the sheets this time?
Well, so apparently they backtracked on that statement and were then blaming camo carbon again, saying that it was actually the material. And I honestly forget exactly what they were saying, but something about like the color or whatever, it doesn't go all the way through, or it was some shit like that. I honestly don't know. I've been hammering camo carbon about adding more color for a year now, and I have been hammering Kubi about using the best part of the material. I don't care if it's the front or the back. Like the point of it is to have the color. So just try to use that, you know, like make it look good. Don't just throw it in the machine and see what comes out. Like try to bring that color out. So we'll see what happens. I also think that it's like dependent on the design. So like on the big boy, tall boy, small boy, whatever, you're talking about handles made in it versus inlays. On like this knife, we did inlays. So you have more material. That always helps. You have the edges of the material. That helps because you see that like cross-cut look. That makes it look nicer. And then the biggest thing I've noticed is contouring. So when you contour a knife, it just looks way better with camo carbon or fat carbon versus it being essentially flat. So like the Fireball has flat scales because they couldn't do our backstrap that wraps around. They couldn't do that with contouring. The sides of that backstrap couldn't be contoured. So the scales are actually flat. And then they're just like really chamfered on the edges to make it feel good in hand. So I think it's mostly just been the knives we've released in it the past year maybe weren't suited for it as much. But I think it also is Camo Carbon just needing to add more color. Apparently they switched, like they used to order the coloring or the ink or whatever the hell it is, and then they started making it themselves or mixing it themselves. So I think there was some learning curve there. And then he obviously had to hire people to do the job because he got so many orders. He had to obviously build up manufacturing. So I think it's just a combination of everything, honestly. So I'm hoping that we start getting better results, but at the same time, I don't really personally have an issue with anything. The only thing that bugs me is when we do 80s and then like it has 2 colors in it. It's like, well, it's supposed to have 5. So that might be more of a just how we market it type thing. Like, just don't sell it as 80s then.
Yeah, when I picked up the stout and the watermelon, it was really for me. I wanted the sign of the times, right? Like I figured that colorway would go away fairly soon, and I could be completely wrong, but you know, it's interesting. I've got. You look at my collection and Sam's collection; they couldn't be further apart because I want to capture the moments of history. And when you look at Sam's collection, it's very
black
sterile.
And gray.
Yeah, monochromatic, and that's it. So, but he likes titanium, aluminum, make it gray, black, or natural.
To actually answer your question, I like Camo Carbon because I like the way it feels. Like it feels premium to me.
Yeah.
But it's super lightweight. So like I get that feeling like I get with titanium where I'm like, okay, I have something nice in my hand. Where like with G10, I like the G10's lightweight, but it doesn't feel like a nice material. It feels cheap. Mostly probably because I know it's cheap. Like it's probably a mental thing. But I really love the fact that Camo Carbon is lightweight, yet it's also very durable. Like when we do, like this knife is fucking huge, right? This is a 9 1/4 inch knife. It has one tiny little piece of liner for the lock bar in here, right? So this does not have a full liner on either side. Like that's all carbon in there. And we're able to do that with this knife because it's Camo Carbon. If we were to switch this knife to weave carbon fiber or whatever, then we would have had to have added liners on both sides. If we wanted to do micarta, liners on both sides. So like Camo Carbon is tough enough or stable enough or durable, whatever it is, the word is, to handle being thinned out that way or not having full liners. And to me, it's super cool to have a knife that's this big that weighs like, I think this weighs like 4 ounces or something.
Yeah.
Like it's crazy. Where any other knife I've seen at 9 inches is
6,
like 6 ounces, whatever, right?
Yeah.
So that's kind of why I like it. And I love the colors. Like I am one of those people that likes, like I like neon colors. I just like the pop of color. We actually have our own colorway of Camo Carbon coming out.
Oh, that's cool.
Should be on the next knife, the Pony V2 should have it, and the Growler V3 has it. I don't think the small boy does because we went with the same 3 colorways on the small boy that we've done on the tall boy, so that they would match, so people could match their knife or whatever.
Are there any thoughts of producing scales for some of your older knives in your personal colorway?
Not really. I'm not a big fan of doing scales unless it's like an inlay knife, maybe. But like, you know, sometimes people ask for like scales on like a tall boy or something. Like you could do that, but it just seems weird to me to do like full, like that's not just a scale, like that's the handle. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So like inlays maybe, but like we try to just offer enough options when we launch a knife that people don't have to try to hunt down scales. Like if you're trying to customize your knife, we try to do accent kits. So you can get DLC or purple or blue, or, you know, we're doing more. We've ordered some like crystallized tie for those. So I don't know. I'm not a big scales guy for knives. I'd rather just have another knife.
Yeah.
Because like that's like a good example is like AR-15. So like I started building them, right? And I built one, and then I had an extra handguard or upper receiver or whatever because I got one, I didn't like it or it didn't fit with that build. Or I had an extra barrel. That's a good example. So I had an extra barrel because I got one, and then the barrel, I thought there was an issue with it, so I sent it back to the manufacturer. In the meantime, while they were looking at it, I bought another one. Okay, now I get it back. I have an extra barrel. Well, what am I going to do? Just fucking put that barrel in the closet? No, of course. I'm going to build a whole nother gun because I'm a maniac. So, like,
he's one of us, Chris.
Yeah, you give me extra scales, I'm going to want to build a whole nother knife.
But it's funny. It's funny you said that. 'Cause I bought a TRM Atom, and it had the lizard, you know, the titanium lizard scale pattern, and I loved it. So I wanted a Neutron, and I couldn't get one, and they didn't have them. I couldn't find a new one in the with a lizard pattern. So I went ahead and bought another pattern, and just like, I'll buy the titanium pattern from TRM when they come in. And then I got impatient, so I just bought another Neutron for, you know, because I wanted that, you know, that pattern. I wanted a matching pattern, you know, for the two knives. Yeah, just my own thing. So yeah, I'm with you. I won't be have two of them.
Yeah, the struggle is real, Kelly. There's no doubt.
Yeah, like,
we all suffer from that, right?
I'd rather, instead of like getting scales made to sell for an old knife, I'd rather just do another run of the knife. And then at the same time, I'm going to want to improve that design. I want to make the knife better. You know, that's how we have V1s and V1.5s and V2s of everything, because we get the knife in, and then it's like, okay, we get feedback from people like, I wish this, or if enough people say the same thing, I'm like, okay, people want this, like, let's change that. Or it's something that, you know, we notice or whatever, and then we update it.
Well, you know, that's where, you know, I've given comments in a couple of your videos or lives before of, you know, like, I love the Growler XL, right? And I was telling Sam, you know, and he had said earlier that I've got FOMO because I didn't jump on it when it came out, and then I missed it. And, you know, I went over to his house and had his. It's like, man, I love this thing. That's why I started giving you, you know, Sam and I talking when we do reviews, both of us wear 2XL gloves. So getting our hands on those bigger ones are really, really nice. You know, but I will say, I love what you put out, because I like a sheep's foot or a Warncliffe or some sort of, you know, mod from that. And your knives are not just fidgetable, feel nice in the hand, ride well in the pocket, lightweight, but they cut well, you know. So You know,
Yeah.
they're really nice to use. I just never want to do anything hard with them because I don't want to scratch them.
I get you.
So, Kev, my very first Divo that I ever got was at Blade Show last year. Okay, was the Blade Show exclusive.
Nice. That's a good one, dude.
And I absolutely love this knife. This happens to be one of my daughter's absolutely favorite knives.
Okay, cool.
She likes it so much I won't give it to her, so I had to buy a second one. Okay, so I had to buy a second one when you drop them again. So I've got the Captain Jack Sparrow version, so that my 14-year-old can have her own version of it.
Yeah, there's my two. Yeah. Damn. So same thing.
Well, thank you guys.
My wife went crazy on our anniversary, and she got me the glow scale V2.
Oh, that's sick, dude.
Lush. So I absolutely love this thing. It's
that one's best tech.
His wife sends me a message and was like, I need to get Sam something. You know, I want to get him a knife.
I thought that was going somewhere else.
Yeah.
No. She knew him before she knew me, just saying.
Yeah. But she's like, I want to get Sam something and want to get him a new knife. And I'm like, good call.
Okay.
And
thank God she asked you, dude. Oh my God.
At the time,
just get one.
Yeah. Well, at the time,
I would have gotten
the Feeweed
flag gas station knife, dude.
Yeah. The Kaiser Feeweed was, you know, getting a lot of attention at the time.
Is that how you say it?
And Sam had said something about liking it, and then I sent her and I was like, don't get him that one. Get him this instead. And,
you're lucky because there's been some issues with the thumb stud on that thing. We had one in the past around the Feeweed or whatever, the Fayweed.
I borrowed
isn't the threading
triangles.
So like, what is that called? The stem, I guess. That's threaded. It's not long enough. So if you ever take the stud off, like you can't get it back on. I think they just they use some crazy Loctite and they got it on there. But I think it's like basically instantly strips out the end of the threading. That was a nightmare.
Yeah, Kelly, you don't count. My wife's not into knives. You are into knives, so I could trust you.
Yeah, you'd be fine.
Pick out a good knife. You're a different creature.
Kelly has a good taste in knives.
Yeah, she does.
Ask me how I know.
Earlier, before you joined, we were asking about, what Divo knives do people have, and she's like just next to me. Rattles off like 6 or 7.
Yeah, they're awesome.
Yeah, that's hysterical. Actually, I know Brian just got the Nimble XT, so she just did a video on that, and I'm just
dude. What's that? Is that like
that's the Tonto version?
With a Tonto, or that's cool.
Yeah, it's a Tonto Nimble X, man, and they changed the milling pattern to this wave milling pattern. It is absolutely gorgeous, and I'm
the Nimble that's a classic at this point. The Nimble's a sweet knife.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, they did a really, really good job on that.
That's right, Kelly. I'm like, oh man, I gotta read this email. No, Kelly's she's a VIP customer at this point. I gotta come up with like a rewards program or something.
Don't do that. Chris and I have a real problem with those things because what happens is then we set goals that we have to become something. So now we're going to buy a bunch of crap and you're going to make us go into poverty.
Yeah, I'm definitely doing it now. Should be easy. Just got to come up with tiers, got to be something alcohol related. That'll be easy, I'm sure. Be like, the first one could be like buzz, and then the second one could be
it could be shots. Once you got 8 shots or whatever, you get whatever.
You could do that, yeah. You get shots when you buy something.
Shots, pints.
Well, But you know,
you get one shot for every item that you buy, and then once you get, it'll be like a barber shop. Once you get 10 shots, you get a free something.
Yeah.
Wouldn't be making any money if we gave free knives after 10, but
you know what? I
Come
think
up
your
with something.
towels are out. Your towels are outstanding, and you know the
Dude,
Dude,
you're talking about these?
I'm actually pissed about that because we ordered like 5,000 more or whatever. And they're like thicker now. I don't know what it seems to be the same thing. They just cut them thicker. I don't know. It sounds stupid, but like if you look at the edge of it, it's just a thicker cloth. So it feels different to me. I don't think it's like, it's still good at, like, I clean my glasses with them, and, you know, it all still works. But I really love the way the older ones are.
Yeah, so, I've got a couple.
I don't think anybody would notice but me, probably. But it feels more like a towel now, if that makes sense. Versus like they were different before. I don't know.
Yeah.
Not only those.
I have a ton of them.
Yeah, but not only those.
Yeah, use them.
The ones that came with the stout were awesome. Like that one, it seemed different than the other. Maybe it was just a batch that I received, but it was just it was a little bit different. It was it just felt more durable.
Well, I think that the
blue
ones.
No, I've had it for probably 6 months, probably.
I mean, it could be out of this batch. Depends on when I sent Austin, because we shipped Austin like we shipped him like 2,000 claws, I think, last year, because
I'm talking about the little one that's folded up inside of the box.
Yeah. Those are from Kubi.
Are they?
Those are all Kubi. Yeah. They just include those with every knife they send out. That's everybody. We send these separately.
Yep, and I've got a bunch of those too. Yeah, those are great.
You're talking about the little one. Yeah, I don't. I pretty much just throw those away because I use these for everything.
Yeah.
Oh, I have several blue ones. I have a couple of red ones, and then I have one white one. And the white one feels different than the other ones. I don't know if it has to do with how it's dyed or something like that. But
is it newer or no? My guess is that one's probably.
But I've touched them against newer. So I have one blue one that's.
Did it come with like with the Growler XL or something?
Yeah.
Then it's probably because we sent White Mountain Knives like 2,000 a couple months ago when I got this batch. Like we ordered, I don't know what we ordered, 4,000 or 5,000. We sent him half because he had the Growler V3, the Pony, and the Growler XL like all coming up, and we had to give him claws for each one. Dude, it's actually a pain in the ass because they're like, once you start adding up how many there are, you know, my basement has an entire like big ass shelving unit just full of those. That's all it is, boxes of those.
Yeah,
they're not super expensive. Blue. They're like $2 a piece for us, but I mean that does add up over time. But shipping them and storing them and dealing with them is actually the hard part. I kind of want to start selling them like on the website. I got to figure that out. Like I want to do like 3 for $10 or something like that, just because people ask about it actually a lot. I just haven't, done anything about it.
Those are great. I hoard those things. I use the hell out of them, man. Those are really good cloths because most of the companies send those little itty bitty freaking wipes.
That's why I like them. They're 12 by 12, and they like I literally use these for everything. Like I wipe my glasses with them. I wipe my table with them. I clean guns with them.
They're great. Yeah.
I keep one in my range bag. I keep one in my center console in my truck. Like I keep them everywhere because they're the shit. They work great.
On the gun piece, I know you said you like American made. what's your go-to favorite American pistol to purchase?
Okay. What do we have like a price point?
Nah.
My favorite right now, at least, is my Staccato HD 4.5. Last year I decided I was going to get a Staccato because I just wanted a 2011 basically. Because they just look awesome and I wanted one. So I saved up. Luckily we made some money during Blade Show, and I came home from that with, a little extra money, and I blew it all on, on a Staccato.
A Staccato. Nice.
And it's the greatest gun I've ever shot. Greatest pistol I've ever shot. It's amazing. Now I'm sure there's better stuff. Like the reason I got the HD is because I'm left-handed and it's ambidextrous, and trying to find a 2011 that has a left-handed mag catch is pretty much damn near impossible.
Yeah.
So that's why I went with that. But like you would think if you spent that much on a pistol, which I think it was like $334 or something like that out the door, you would regret it. Normally I'd be the person to be like, why did I do this? And then sell it. I do not regret that one bit. I've put thousands of rounds through that thing and absolutely still love it to this day.
Nice.
So that would be my choice. If
my wife
you're
did a
talking
regret
striker
thing.
fired, like I just want to get a gun, I'm not trying to spend that much money. The Springfield Echelon is really good for the money. That's the best of the striker fired guns, I think. Like for that, like Glock, Walther, whatever, all those type of guns, I think the Echelon is the best one.
My wife had a Staccato. She had a C2 for a little while, and she didn't listen when we went shopping, and she was insistent that like this was going to be a carry weapon for her. And I was like, it's not going to be a carry because you don't need a like 2.5-pound trigger for a carry like that.
Actually, in fact, you do not want a 2.5-pound trigger. You want to avoid a 2.5-pound trigger for carry.
And what
unless
wound
you're
up
like
happening
really
was
trained
it wound
or
up
whatever.
making me buy 2 guns. See, so what happened was now I had to buy a Springfield for her because that's eventually what happened was she fell in love with the Springfield instead. So she carries the Springfield. I then took her Staccato and then I traded it because I didn't particularly care for that version of the Staccato.
Okay.
And so I traded that and bought a Wilson Combat. And
Okay.
so that is my favorite pistol that I have is my Wilson Combat.
What kind of Staccato was it? Was it a carry gun, like a C or something?
Yeah, it was a C2.
Okay. I haven't handled those. I think I've heard the C is actually nicer than the C2.
The C2,
like the original.
so the C2 and the C are really kind of close to each other. They're not really far apart with how they shoot. If you want something that's a little bit
good, Paul.
smaller, I actually shot the CS one time, and I absolutely love the thing. It's really carry level, like super small.
I don't know if I've ever heard of that one, have I?
The CS is like a 3-inch or a 3.5-inch
I
barrel.
struggle to want to spend that much money on something that's small. Like I've learned of like the last year really getting into shooting that I don't actually like small guns. Like I like the idea of small guns, but I don't actually like them. So I feel like you just need to have your carry gun, and then you don't need to be buying other ones to have. Like they suck to shoot. Like I bought a Smith & Wesson CSX, which is basically like their version of what you're talking about, like the C or the CS. I got the 3.6-inch version, which is even like a little bigger than the normal one. And like, it's okay, but like 9mm in a 3-inch, 3.6-inch barrel, like it's gonna be not fun to shoot. I actually sent it off to somebody and got it ported. And it's still like, it's okay. But like, I don't want to shoot that over the Echelon that I have. Like, I have an Echelon comp full size. That thing shoots like an absolute dream.
I think it's use case though, right, Kev? So, I mean,
yeah.
for me, like
if you're carrying it, 100%.
My carry is an M&P Shield 45.
Okay, that's interesting.
So it's a small wrist wrecker, except for the fact that I've got the Performance Center version, so it's ported and all that kind of stuff.
Have you had that for like 10 years?
What's that?
Have you had it for like 10 years?
About.
Yeah, I brought it to me.
45 is a very odd choice these days. I feel like anybody who doesn't shoot carry a 9 at this point has to have bought their gun 10 years ago.
I mean, look, I have a 9 that I can carry too, right? I mean, I have more than enough. I mean, this is my safe right next to me. I'm sitting right next to it. I have a safe as tall as I am. And I mean, I've got plenty of stuff to choose from, but I love the way that carries. It is 1 inch wide. It sits really nice to the body. I have a great holster that is super comfortable. I drop that in there and it disappears on my body. I have no issues with it. I'm deadly accurate with it. And I mean, I don't see any reason to change that, right? If I did,
it's a carry gun. Like, it's not meant to, like, you don't need
something flashy
because you're not showing anybody anyway, except for like your buddies when
When I go to the range, I take it, I throw 2 mags through it. Yeah, I'm still balls on accurate, and then I put it away, and then I go to my fun guns. Right?
Exactly.
Chris
I
goes
do
to
the
range
same
with me
thing.
all the time.
I carry a Bodyguard 2.0. That gun is, if you're looking for a small carry gun because you don't like shit on your body, because I hate it, I can't get comfortable with anything. Like, I'm more of an off body guy, like cross body carry bag type thing. The Bodyguard 2.0 is absolutely fantastic. And these days, like 380 critical defense, trust me, 10 of those is going to do plenty of damage on somebody.
Absolutely. And heck yeah, Mr. Mouse, you're 100% right on that. Dude, it took me 2 years to find a holster that I absolutely loved, right?
Are you a 4 o'clock guy, or are you like 5 o'clock, or are you like an appendix guy?
So I actually changed, right? So I was behind here because I was too damn fat. Okay, like I could not get comfortable. So I was actually keeping it at like my 5 o'clock.
Yeah.
Okay. I've lost 145 pounds about now. And so I am in a totally different shape. But I do have from JX holsters, I have a holster of theirs called the Fat Man holster. That's the name of it.
Yeah.
And it
I think I've had that one.
The loop sits longer, so it actually
yeah. I have that. It's an appendix. I still hated it. It's still down in your shit.
I like it. I don't mind that one at all. But
I just don't want to point shit at my dick. That's kind of like, I draw the line there.
It took a little while for me, and you know what? I don't sit it right in front. I actually sit it down my thigh. So if it's going off, I'm going to shoot myself in the damn knee, probably.
Or the femoral artery,
Look, if I shoot myself, I'm going to want to die anyway. So
I appendix carry, and it doesn't bother me much.
I just can't. I don't know. I can't get comfortable with that. But I also work at home, and it's like, I'm not. Like, it just doesn't make sense to carry on body for me. Like, I'm not going to be uncomfortable all day when I'm sitting at home. Like,
I don't carry as much as I could or should probably, but with every once in a while when I'm going someplace,
like, because I mostly carry in a 945 Industries bag. It's like basically a bag, crossbody, and then you just have this tab that literally instantly opens it up. Like, I'm pretty sure I'm faster with that than I am when I carry on my hip. If I carry on body, I use a Vetter Comfort Tuck holster, I think it's called. really nice, like Kydex shell and then leather on the other side against your body. It's super comfortable and it spreads the weight out really nice. And with a bodyguard, you can't even feel the damn thing. But for the most part, I use the bag, but I don't carry that much, to be honest, because I'm just like, I have this fear. Like I don't know if I've chatted with you guys enough, but I tend to like forget shit randomly because I have so much stuff going on in my head. Like I'm thinking about 80 different things at once, right? So like I might talk to you about something and like, you know, okay, I'll send you this knife to check out or something, right? And then if I don't immediately do it, which is what I try to do, I try to just knock shit off my list instantly so I don't forget. But then I'll forget. And I just have this fear that I'm going to come home, put that bag down somewhere and forget it. And even though I've talked to my daughter, I've showed her my gun and I've gone through the whole spiel of like, you know, we don't touch this. We don't pull the trigger. Like, you know, it's not a toy. Whatever. Like I want her to be comfortable with it, but I don't want her to like, you know, anyway, I don't trust myself to not leave it somewhere and have an accident happen. And that's like,
yeah.
So I guess I'm taking a risk by not carrying much, but like I would like you know, this is stupid, but like I've done the mental gymnastics of like what ifs, you know, going through scenarios. And if I forgot and I was the reason that my kid got a gun and accidentally shot herself, or God forbid somebody else, you know, that would obviously that would be like the worst case scenario.
I would call going through those scenarios responsible, not crazy.
Yeah, but it's like depressing, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You gotta like tell yourself, okay, like don't think about it, because I'm literally imagining that happening, and that's like a fucked up imagery to have in your head.
Yeah.
So anyway, that's why I don't do it. It's just like a risk assessment, and I don't trust myself enough. Like, so I need to be realistic about it and not do it.
Yeah, the world's definitely changed, yeah, for sure. And I think that kids are more desensitized to it, probably because games and televisions. Probably when I was a kid, my dad came home.
Kids like,
yeah,
look, daddy's bag, open it and.
Well, and I mean, when I was a kid, my dad came home from work, pulled his pistol out of the small of his back and laid it on the TV. And that's when, you know, the TV was a center console, you know, and we just knew not to touch it. And that was it. But I was very curious, and I probably would have had he not taken me to shoot it when I was probably 6 or 7. And I mean, I couldn't hold on to the
but
thing,
like
right?
at age 3, 4, 5, like kids don't have
don't know. Yeah, I agree.
Like I don't care how disciplined you are with your kids or whatever. Not saying your dad was, but like,
oh no,
kids are just stupid. Like,
yeah.
And how often does your kid do something you tell them not to do?
Yeah.
Like,
oh yeah.
So, and
you know what? Conversation is one, like the reason I have the conversation with her is if, I don't know, for some reason she comes across somebody else's gun or whatever. Like I know I'm locking my shit up, but like, you know, it could happen.
Yeah. So, and you know, when I say that and I come to think about it, I remember specifically where he would put it when he'd come home from work, but we didn't move into that place until I was probably 9 or 10 years old. So I was old enough to have the control and know better. So
he at that point he could get the point across that you're not touching.
Oh yeah. I was terrified of him, right? Like, you know,
but when you're 5 or whatever, like you just don't have that assessment in your head. But if he took you to shoot it too, that's even better, right? So you know what it can do.
Yeah, I was terrified of it, you know, until I was much bigger.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, I grew up with my father's a really big hunter, and as a kid, I was around it all the time, and instantaneously it was heck. I think I was 4 years old. My father used to hang keychains from tree limbs, and he'd have me shoot a 22 and shatter the keychains. Right? I mean, I was shooting since I was a little kid, and it was always like respectful. He used to run drills with me in the house. Like he'd hand me a gun, and then he'd have me hit my back to him, and then he would go, okay, like turn around, then shoot over here or whatever, and like he'd jump in the way, and like I'd have to put the barrel up, and I mean, it was unloaded and everything like that, right? It
Oh,
wasn't
okay. Jesus.
it wasn't like he was loading the gun or anything, right? But it was more about going through the
Mental.
motion of where is safe, what is safe.
Yeah.
When I was a kid and we'd go bird hunting, he gave me a pellet gun, but with no pellet in it. Made me feel like I was carrying a gun. And then when I'm walking around like this, he'd turn around and the barrel be pointing at him, and he'd go, "You hunting dads today?" Right? And like it became muscle memory of what I was
Yeah.
doing. And it was just the respecting of the
That's
weapon
good.
was
Yeah.
beaten into my head, so to speak, as a kid. Not beaten into me, but just drilled
It,
into my
it
brain.
it's interesting because my dad did the same thing. I had a BB gun that was never loaded, but I didn't know better. He'd pump it one time and it was just blowing air out, but I learned the positioning because I was also the rabbit dog. It was like, go kick that, go to that brush and, and flush something out. Like, Chris, you're right in front of me, right? Walk around. I'll be shooting at you. Think about this. And it was the same thing. My gun always had to be pointed down in front of me, as I was walking. He always had it, facing down. So, but yeah, I didn't even think about that until you said it, Sam. I'd forgotten all about him doing the.
I never had any of that because my dad didn't shoot or doesn't shoot, and yeah, I grew up in the suburbs. Like we didn't go hunting or anything. Like I wish that we did do that stuff, but
we grew up in the suburbs, but I think it's funny. My grandfather bought a piece of land upstate New York, a couple 100 acres in the Catskill Mountains, and that was him and his friends' deer hunting property. And
that's sick, dude. Yeah.
to this day, my family still owns it. My father, my sister, and I still own that property. We still have a cabin up there, and we can go up there and hunt. I mean, there's bear up there. My father sends me his trail cam videos all the time. He's like, check this monster bear out over there. And like, I mean, up there, it's pretty cool because you don't go hunting with a shotgun up there. I mean, that's 30-06. That's 300 Win Mag. That's that's rifle territory up there. So it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool up there.
Nice.
It's just I don't live over there anymore, so I don't get to go like I used to, unfortunately.
Somebody asked, anyone know if the Kunwu Excalibur Compact Verta CF listing is it a pre-order or is it in stock? I would tell you anything on the Kunwu website is you might as well just consider it a pre-order.
It's months out. Yeah.
Takes forever to get anything. So if it is in stock, it'll still take a month to get to you because they use the slowest shipping. I don't know why they don't just offer an option where you can pay more and ship like normal.
I always get a response that it's in transit and then it sits in the same spot for like 3 weeks and then
I think that's because it says that it's sitting there, but that's because it hasn't actually gotten to that spot yet. So like they'll give you the tracking, they'll give you the US tracking. Yeah. But then it has to get there from the China post or whatever. Yeah. And so it'll say it's sitting in the port or wherever, it's either New York or California, I think. And then it'll just sit there for 3 weeks. And then all of a sudden that's because it actually came in, got through customs or whatever. But yeah, it takes a long time. Is it Tot Shopper or Tote Shopper?
I go with Tot Shopper.
I hope they opened up the access a little bit better on that Vertilock for his. I had the Vertilock on the Gringo, and I think it's a little too narrow personally. I think they need to open it up some.
Is he sending me one of the? He said he was sending me a Diablo. I think it's a new one.
Yeah, Diablo's dropping this month, end of this month.
It looks really cool.
It does. It's funny because last Blade show
Vertilock, he had this, right?
Yeah, Verta.
I've never handled one. I don't like the compression lock where you pinch it. Like, I don't like that.
So it's funny. Last year they showed us the first model that they made, which was called the Geronimo, and he's like, it's dropping in September. And then like, Sergio, where is it? It's still not released.
I don't remember that one.
Yeah,
it's like that was like a Warncliffe, right? I mean, it
and it hadn't even been released yet.
It was shaped just like the Mojave. It's a gorgeous knife. We both were like oohing and on over it, and who the heck knows, man? They just disappears.
So you can see there's not much. It looks bigger, I think, here, but man, when I actually try to open, there's not much finger getting into that, and it's gemmed.
You got to hold it higher, Chris.
Oh, sorry. Right, and, I mean, it's gemmed, and it looks good on screen, but in practicality, man, I'm not touching hardly any of that.
It's probably because of the. Well, so when it's closed, it's against the liner, and then when it opens, it probably the liner probably dips down a little bit to lock up, and that probably takes away some of the access.
Yeah.
I don't like that lock style. If you're gonna do the compression lock, add the button. Like, I don't see why you would do it back there.
Yeah, I agree. The button would be nice.
Yeah. I don't know. I haven't seen. Well, I mean, I've seen videos of the Excalibur one, but I mean, and Rich didn't say that there was anything wrong with it. Like, he likes it, obviously, and he's a stickler for that kind of crap, and he's always like,
who's Rich?
Metal Complex.
Metal Complex.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, so I wish I could deal with about whatever locks. I just wish they'd fix their pocket clips. I don't own one of their knives where I really enjoy their pocket clip.
What's wrong with the clip? Which one?
Every one just seems like it. Don't just
they do like a wire
shreds my pockets and
yeah. They do have some that have wire clips, but they have milled titanium pocket clips also, and they all suck, man.
You got to learn. We had to learn how to design a pocket clip because that contact point is so critical. If you don't, like, it took us like a year, 2 years probably, because we did a lot of wire clips early on. But once we started doing milled clips, it took about a year to get it right, where we learned that you need to swoop that contact point and kind of spread it out like a bowl instead of a point. If you do a point, then you got to have like one of those where it's just like crazy light tension on the clip to get it right.
Best pocket clip in the world, Kev. Not even joking. The pocket clip on our prototypes are absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, it looks like a good one.
For me, what's the point of one-handed opening and closing if I need two hands to put it back in my pocket?
Well, and then even when it's right, sometimes it like pops out of the pocket or into the pocket. You know what I'm talking about? Like the tension's okay and it goes in and out, but it's shredding your pocket while it's doing that, even though it's not. It doesn't feel like it's hard to do. Yeah.
I love the last Excalibur, but you can count on one hand how many times I've ever actually carried it. I'll let it sit on my desk and open up packages, but I won't carry it because it's You know, I don't want to tear up my pockets. Yeah, I don't like the clip. I said
that's weird.
I told Sam
Metal Complex would be able to correct that, considering he's handled thousands of knives, but maybe the way he carries it doesn't affect him, or the pants he wears. I don't know. That's the thing.
Sam, I had said that in one of our audios, or one of our videos that we were doing, that I would rather just go get a metal or a leather slip for it and put it in my pocket. And Sam looked at me like, he just caught me touching myself at a park, just like, what are you thinking? So.
Well, yeah, but at least you could carry it then.
Yeah.
I mean, I like what you're doing though with your clips right now, where you are kind of making like a universal style clip, if you will.
Yeah.
Like, I think that's a really good idea. And if I could, I would say that I would do that. But because like the next model, our next OEM is completely different than this one. Like, this clip will not work on the next OEM. It's just not going to.
Like the shape of the handle, or?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean,
it doesn't have to be the same. So, like, my theory on it is, and we don't do it on everything either, but like, so we're trying to make any knife that we use the wire clip pattern on, we include the wire clip with it and the milled clip, so you can choose. Some people really like the wire clip, and it's a good backup to have or whatever. But and then it can be reversible too, which is nice. But we basically are trying to make them all fit this pattern so that you can swap clips, but they don't all have the same exact like design clip. Like this line might not be on, it might be flat, or it might have a flat up here instead of this triangle, but at least they all will swap out or whatever. But we have like the Riot knives, those aren't, those are internally mounted milled clips. They're completely different. And sometimes you just can't, based on the design, it won't work. But like you're saying, you can't get it to where it would at least fit on the knife. Maybe it's shaped differently or something.
Yeah. So, well, and that's
got
the thing,
curve.
right?
Yeah, it's got the curve.
Yeah, so this follows the body of the. Whoops, that's the wrong person.
Cool.
Try again, Sam.
That's a different type of body there you're talking about.
Yeah, so this follows the body of the knife, and our next one has way more neutral ergos.
So
right?
is that a pass? Does that have a hole, and then the screw is down into the frame, or is that screw going through the clip into the frame right away?
No,
it's hard for me to tell.
I'll show you again. So it actually is a hole.
Yeah, right? Okay, so you're doing that for that's a very deep carry.
Yes, sir.
Do you feel it in the palm though when you're holding the knife? Because that's my pet peeve with rear mounted clips like that. And do you have any issues? Do you have any issues getting it out of your pocket? That's my other issue with those very rear mounted clips.
No, it goes in and out so easy. And then, like I said, I took a treated 2x2 and made it a spear, with one, and no hot spots at all.
And then when you grab it, you can just grab the back. Do you know what I'm talking about? Like some knives with wire clips that are closer to the end, like because the wire clip can tend to be kind of tight, it's not hard to get out. It just has a lot of tension.
Yeah.
You have like, I can't grip it because it's so deep carry, you have nothing to grab. And you end up having to like hook the bottom of the clip and drag it out.
So
that's cool. You did all that and it works. Those are good things.
So it's nice and deep carry. And here's a medium thickness pair of jeans right here. Okay.
You keep a pair of jeans around for.
They're actually, this is what I test pocket clips on.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
That's what he wears around the house. Yeah.
Yeah, these are my short shorts. They call me Daisy. No, all the review videos that I do, Kev, one of the things that I do is part of it is I review the pocket clip. And by being able to put it in a pocket in front of somebody so that they can see it, and rather than put the camera down this way on myself, they can actually see how it goes in and out of the pocket, how it sits in a pocket, stuff like that. So it's an old pair of pants, and I just cut the legs off of it and then sewed the bottoms off, and that's what I use as kind of, I call them my test pants. And
Yeah, I've
use
seen.
them for
I
every
think
video.
Bees does that too, right? Is it Bees who does that? Somebody else does that too.
I don't know if
I've
Bees
seen it a
does that.
couple times, but yeah, I've never gone that far.
Water
I
does
usually
it.
just get up, stick it in my pocket, and tell people what happened.
That's how I used to do it.
Sometimes I
Right?
completely forget. Like,
Yeah,
that's what happens.
but you know
when
what?
don't
You're
script.
kind of established, right?
I don't
I'm
script
still.
anything.
We're still not at 600 subs yet, and I'm still trying to figure out how to grow my channel and how to grow how Chris can contribute with his and whatnot. So we're just kind of I'm trying to make it to 1,000.
I feel you.
Check out Mr. Mouse's
The first
comment.
1,000 is a journey. It takes a while.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I stopped giving a shit after I think 10,000. I stopped caring at all about.
What's up, dude? How's it going, Bernie?
Hey,
yeah.
Hey, Sam, scroll up to Mr. Mouse's comment real quick before we hit, because I think the subscribers is good, but
which
comment? About his $20 in the super chat. Yeah.
Oh, $20 super chat to see Sam in those Daisy Dukes.
How would he can't do a super chat though, can he?
Yeah, I'm not monetized yet, man. I can't.
You gotta PayPal him $20. He'll do it.
Yeah, I'll send you my Venmo, bro. Okay, don't worry about that. I'm gonna cut them even shorter though for you.
$20 $20.
They're sewn up at the bottom, so unless you got stumps, you're not really gonna put those on.
No, you know, but transitioning back to what we were talking about.
What's up, man?
Shout out to Shield Arms, by the
way. What was?
Love you, Josh.
I can't imagine the anxiety and the frustration you must have gone through when your channel got completely wiped. And
fucking Christ, dude.
What was that like from an emotional standpoint to have to deal with? You were getting no.
Yeah. Dude, the first couple of days were absolutely a mind fuck. Like it was brutal.
We can make money. Hold on a minute. He's gonna pay me not to wear the Daisy Dukes. Hold on a minute, yo. I gotta have a thong in this house somewhere.
Who's got 100? Because he's about to put them on. Yeah, dude, it really sucked. And the worst part is, like, I knew I fucked up as soon as I did it too. And that's like, so like I partially was at fault. And it's like, God damn it. You know, it's even worse. Yeah. Like you just made a stupid mistake. Yeah, it sucked. And then so I got everything back, but then they fucking took my gun channel.
Yeah.
And they won't let me have it back. And I was having so much fun with that. Like that was where, like, my motivation was in that mostly.
Yeah.
You know, like I kind of have the knife stuff on, like,
it's autopilot.
Yeah. And it's like the gun stuff is just, you know, and I was hoping to, you know, because as you know, it takes time to build a channel. And, you know, that I was in that rhythm, like just trying to get it somewhere and eventually have it pay off. And they're just like, no, fuck you.
So Burning Stables asked, why do they take it? So is it because of the fact that you're firing like built guns versus stock? Like what's the reason behind it? Did they give you that?
It's very complicated. So so first, if he doesn't know, I got screwed up because I clicked on, like, I didn't click on a link. Like, I got an email from somebody pretending that, you know, they wanted to be a sponsor or whatever. And then I even told them, I was like, I don't want a sponsor, but like, I'll check out one of your products. It was a company that sells these like lapel mics. It's called Hollyland. And I recognized the brand because JD, actually, Daily Gear Guide, had recommended them before.
That's what I use.
And I was like, cool, like I'll check out one of your items. If I like it, then we can talk about whatever, right? And they were like, great, we can send you something, but you just need to like sign up for this thing. And I've had that come up before, like when I worked with James Brand briefly. They wanted me to do this, and then they can look at your analytics and shit or whatever. I've had Magback. They're the ones who make the phone cases that I really like. They do the same thing. So I actually didn't think too much of it. I was like, of course it was like annoying. I didn't want to do all that shit. But so I went to the site. It looked legit. I went to Googled the website and was like, is this legit? And it was like, yeah. So I'm like, okay. Well, little did I know they cloned the website, and then they basically you link your channel to it,
Yeah.
And again, this is a normal, common practice. It's not like, And so I did it, and as soon as I did it, I was like, it like spun, and then nothing happened, and I was like, that's fucking weird. And then I fucking did it again. Because I was like, oh, that would work.
Is that when you heard that little voice, like at this moment?
And immediately, as I was doing it the second time, I was like, oh, fuck. So I go to Google account and I change my password, right? And they already were. It's like an AI or a bot or whatever. It just immediately goes to your account, changes all your recovery stuff, deletes all your pass keys, all that shit. And then it changed my password again, I guess, or whatever. So then I got booted out of my account, tried to log in, and it's like, you changed your password a minute ago. And I'm like, I know, because I changed it. But it wouldn't work. So they changed it to something else. Try to do a recovery. Phone number is gone. It's like, send a message to this. And it's like, what number is that? And then I'm like, try another way. And it's like, email this. I'm like, fuck, this is not my email. This is bad. And at that point I knew I was screwed, right? But anyway, so my channel got hacked. Then they went and they posted they started a live stream, and it's all about crypto. And they want you to, they put up a QR code that they want people to scan, I guess. And I don't know if they're trying to sell crypto or get into your stuff by having you scan this QR code. Luckily, I don't think anybody did it because it was pretty obvious that wasn't me, and I wouldn't talk about crypto. YouTube then just removed my account. Like, they took the stream down and then they removed my entire account because they knew, like, they'd seen this before. This is like a thing that people do. And I've seen a few other channels that had the same thing happen to them. So YouTube has it in their, algorithm or their, detection shit or whatever. You would know better than I would. And they just automatically take it out. So then it took me a couple of days to finally figure out a way to get a hold of YouTube through Twitter. You have to do it. Yep. You have to tag them and then like hope they respond to you. And then it's like a slow back and forth. And I eventually got the channel back. I think it took like 10 days probably.
It
from
felt
beginning
a couple
to
weeks,
end.
yeah.
Dude, I called my friend in Texas who's a director for Cisco. Okay. And I called like 20 people that I know within the telecommunications industry, figuring that one of them knows somebody who knows somebody in YouTube, and I could not get anywhere. And I was like, you're telling me that you're a goddamn executive and don't have access to somebody over there, but you work with them? Like, how is that possible?
There's people who work, by the way, thank you so much for trying to do that. I really appreciate that.
Yeah, man, I was trying my ass off.
But like Colin, his wife is one of her friends, works at Google, couldn't help at all, was just like, you got to go through the recovery thing, can't help you. Like people who work there can't help you. It's crazy. Terrible.
Yeah.
But yeah, so anyway, I got it back. And then in the meantime, I did a live stream and I had a gun on my. So sorry, I did a live stream on my other channel, the gun channel, Lefty Reloaded, and I had a gun on a tripod back here, which, as far as I know, is fine as long as you're not holding it. Well, they took that stream down. Turns out it was actually because the stream was about reloading. My buddy, you probably know Ben from Jack Wolf. He was talking about reloading and showing me how to do stuff because I'm trying to get into it. And I think that's what actually triggered it, was him showing the cases and like powder and shit. So they took my stream down. So I appealed that. That was my fuck up. Because after I appealed it, they looked into it more, I guess. And then they were like, you know what? This channel, no. And then they removed that channel. And they said I was violating their circumvention policy, not circumcision, circumvention policy. And so basically, here's my theory on this. Because I actually had it reviewed multiple times. I appealed, and like I sent messages to, because like I literally had contact with a YouTube person and was like, they were helping me with the Lefty EDC channel. So I'm like, hey, my other channel's down. I assumed you would just bring that back too, because I thought they took that down saying that I circumvented their removal of the Lefty EDC channel, and that's why. Well, that's not what it was. I got a strike like 3 months ago for a suppressor video I did, okay, on this channel, Lefty EDC channel, and it was because they said I was like promoting a brand or whatever, that like I was promoting the item, like a suppressor, even though the timestamp they showed me, I was holding up a mount. Like I was literally just holding a piece of titanium, like, and I wasn't saying go buy this here or whatever. I don't know. But anyway, I got a strike for that video. And when that happened, I decided, okay, I'm going to create a new channel so that I don't fuck up my Lefty EDC channel, which is, something I don't want to lose. And I knew that you weren't allowed to just create another channel to get around the strike. So what I did was I waited until I was allowed to post videos again. So like I was kicked off of YouTube for a week. I was put in jail, basically, is what I call it, for a week. And then I got my channel back. Everything was, or I had the channel still. I just couldn't post anything. So I didn't create the other channel while I was in jail. I just waited until I got back. I could post again. And then I was like, all right, now I'm going to create the channel so that they don't think I was trying to get around that or whatever. Well, I think my mistake was not waiting 3 months until the strike falls off of the channel, which the strike falls off like tomorrow or the next day. I think if I had waited till then to create that channel, it wouldn't have ever been an issue. But technically, I created it during that period, which probably somehow violates that circumvention rule. That's my theory on it.
I thought you were going to end up dragging us all over to Rumble.
I'm thinking about creating a Rumble just for the gun stuff.
Yeah.
I don't know. I enjoy the process of like sharing stuff like that. But at the same time, like there is really no upside to Rumble. Like, it doesn't matter. Like if you get followers or whatever over there, I don't know if you can really build a thing over there, unless you're one of the people that they pay to go over there from YouTube. Like there's a bunch of people like that who say Rumble's great. Like, what's his name? What's that guy's name? He's like a super conservative not Colin Cowherd, the other guy. He's the guy who like goes to colleges and asks me, or he like does debates with
people.
To change my mind. That guy.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. I can picture him, and I can't get his name out.
Yeah.
But yeah, he had a big YouTube channel. They kept shutting him down, and
he still does
strikes for.
But he's like Crowder, yeah. He's big on
Crowder.
Rumble, apparently. But that's guaranteed because Rumble is paying him to be over there. So I don't know. I'm thinking I might wait a little while and then do it and see if I have an issue, because at that point I wouldn't have any strikes. Like, what would be but they did tell me, like, when they said we're not bringing that channel back, it's remaining terminated, they would always say, and you're not allowed to create any new channels or whatever. You're not allowed to have any other channels or something. And I'm like, I never asked the question because I was afraid, but I wanted to be like, so are you, like, I thought they were gonna cancel the Lefty EDC channel again. Because they literally were like, you're not allowed to have any other channel.
You don't even want to bring that up.
So I didn't ask because I already got myself in trouble appealing that one live stream. I guarantee you, if I had not appealed that, they would have never reviewed deeper, and I wouldn't have had an issue because the strike would have fell off, and then it probably wouldn't have mattered at all. So I might try to create one in like 6 months, but I kind of feel like at this point, the gods are telling me to just stick with the one channel. So I'm probably just going to post random shit on this channel like I've always done. Like, I'll randomly go through different hobbies. Like I did for like a year, I did a ton of flashlight content. For a year before that, I did a ton of fidget content. I've done like pool shit. I've done tools. I think I did a video on a fucking leaf blower once. So I don't know. And a lot of my gun videos from before I created that channel actually do really well.
So the day, I think you got hacked on like a Tuesday, right? So what happened was that morning I woke up.
I think it was a Wednesday.
Was it a Wednesday?
I think so, because my daughter had ballet,
you know what?
But maybe I'm wrong. I don't know.
You're right, because we went live that night, right? So that morning I woke up and saw your channel with like a ticker going by and like all the friggin'
crypto shit,
Bitcoin crap on there and whatnot. I was just like, what the and that's when like everybody was blowing up the chat and they were like, Lefty, are you doing Bitcoin? And I was like, no, he's not doing Bitcoin. That's not even a good question right there. Like, come on, guys. And that night,
Mr. Mouse, that's for sure.
Yeah, that night we went live, and at that point your channel was gone, and I had Rob's Nerdy Knives on with us that night, and we basically started and ended our live talking about that, about being careful, about
cybersecurity lesson.
Yeah, unfortunately it was like one of those things where we just felt like we had to mention it and talk about it and get the word out of what was going on, but make sure that other people are also being careful and not falling for the same silly shit that you did. So I mean, and it's easy to do. That's the thing, especially for people that are less experienced. I mean, we have a newer channel, and if somebody came and was like, hey, you want to test out one of our products, give me your information. Hell, I'm a cybersecurity guy, and I may have fallen for that crap. So, it's stupid, but it's not.
The funny thing is, like, I've always seen myself as like being very good about that stuff, like figuring out when there's scams and
but when it's cloned, it's tough to do.
Well, cloning the website, but I should have just ignored the email to begin with because of the email domain. Like, I saw it and it was a .it, so it was an Italy email address, but I'd seen that domain so many times from emails I've gotten from them. Like, I assumed it was one of the there's like these marketing agencies that companies hire to, and then somebody goes out and emails all the influencers and channels and tries to get them to sign up for or, you know, check out the product. Like I literally get an email from a different Olight person once a week, and it'll be like a product I literally just reviewed, and they're like, here, I just looked at one before this, like, you want to review the Arc Pro or whatever. It's like, I already reviewed that. Like, don't you know that? But no, they're hiring these companies to drum up, you know, more, because think about it. This, for companies, if you find channels who will review your product and they're not asking for money, it's like the cheapest marketing you could find.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So they're hiring companies to go find these channels to, you know. So anyway, I'd seen that email address hundreds of times, and I've always just ignored it because it was never a product I gave a shit about. Or sometimes, I don't know if it's that email address, but sometimes I get those emails. They don't even mention a product. Like they talk about reviewing this product or whatever, but they don't name it. They don't put a link to it. It's like, okay, like, why would I even respond to you? Like, you don't even have you're not even telling me what it is. Like, is it a chair? Is it jewelry?
Kevin,
like, it's always some weird shit.
This was a moment of opportunity too, because you even mentioned to us that you were considering looking at other microphones. So this microphone,
that's why
company, yeah,
the timing was just bad, is what happened, because I had been thinking about it, and then I get this email, and he was pretending to be from a brand that I had heard was good for that product. And I was like, okay, that's interesting. And then I had a back and forth with them because I was like, I got to be, you know, I want to make sure they're not, you know, a scam or something. So I'm like, you know, asking questions, and they're responding, and it all seemed normal. And then, yeah, it wasn't.
yeah. And it's funny, you're getting an influx of Olight, right? I've applied for Olight for their affiliate program 3 times. All 3 times they've rejected me, and they told me that they'll only work with channels that have thousands of subscribers. And I'm like, I don't agree.
I mean, that does make sense though. Like,
I'm not asking you.
They want to
a
make sure
product.
you have, you know, a few thousand, I guess. Like,
But
a
I'm
lot
not
of
even
those
asking
companies
for a
will
free
work
product.
with knife brands. They'll work with people who have 1,000, 1,500. I've seen that. I mean, but it took me, I think, 2 years until companies started, like, you know, wanting to work with me. And then at some point, you're going to just build some kind of reputation. Like, at this point, I don't think it matters how many subscribers I have. It's just like, people know who you are. You have like a reputation in the community or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, I get like, I feel like I get stuff in that, like, normally it's dudes who have way more subscribers than I do, but I don't even think they look at it. They just know it's me at this point. You know what I mean? Like that.
I have
At some point, that's where you get to.
I have Nightcore. I have Ramet, KB, Olatons, Concept.
Yeah. Okay, well, there you go. You got plenty.
I have tons of them, but then Olight won't freaking do it. But I'm not. Again, I'm not asking for a product.
But how many of those did you reach out to?
Half.
Okay, I mean, that's good. Half. So half of them came to you asking if you wanted to work with them?
I didn't even reach out to Concept. Concept actually saw me on Awin and sent me an invite to apply.
I hate Awin.
I haven't had enough experience.
Well, that's good, dude. So you're actually doing a lot more. You're being more proactive than a lot of people are.
I'm working my ass
off. A lot of
off,
people start a channel. They don't know anything about that stuff. And like, I don't even think I looked into affiliate stuff for a year or so. Like, I might have had like a code at some point in the first year because somebody gave it to me. I wasn't making money off it or anything. It took a few years from, like, before. It was just a hobby for at least 2 years, and then I started seeing that I could actually, you know, bring some income in on it. And that's where you need to like have a conversation with yourself and be like, okay, I'm starting to make money here. Like, what route am I going down? Because part of the reason I started a channel was because I saw a lot of channels. Like my best example is what the hell was that guy's name? He had a really big Slicey Dicey. You guys remember him at all?
Yeah. Yep.
So I would watch him tell me a knife was amazing, and I would get it, and it would suck balls. There would be glaring things about it that, like, how did he not notice this? You know, and I eventually realized he's just trying to make money here. He's just trying to get people to click the link, or he's getting paid by Civivi or whatever it was. And so part of the reason I started a channel was so people would have just an honest opinion on stuff. Like, you know, I always just told myself I would just say what I think and, you know, let the chips fall where it may. So once you start making some money doing this, it's like you got to make sure that you're able to stick to the reasons you actually started a channel and not just shill out because you can make money. That's why I like affiliate links. Personally, that's my argument for affiliate links, because I get to choose what I promote and don't promote. You know what I mean? Like, if I don't like this knife, well, then I can just make a video about this knife that I do like if I want. Although I'm not really afraid to make a video about something I don't like. I do it, but I don't know. Like,
well, you know, there's probably
sponsorships are tough. You can't get around a sponsorship. You have to promote it. Whatever it is, you have to promote it because they're sponsoring.
Oh, Todd, come on. No, you really didn't, dude, did you?
At a thrift store.
Have you ever seen that short with said Stevie where he tries to use it at a Wendy's or a McDonald's?
No, I've seen him in an
They're
airport.
like, we don't know what that is. Like, and he just keeps repeating it. And then he's like, oh, I think it's Lefty's a douche.
I've seen him at the airport go into the bookstore and ask for an erotic pop-up novel called Matisfaction.
Yeah, Stevie's a nut.
No, he is.
Stevie's awesome.
So yeah, so Chris and I started. Whoops, I lost my microphone. That's cool. My magnet's down my shirt. That's even worse. All right, let's try that again. So
there you go.
Chris and I started this channel really for the idea of where can we create a community to start talking about our knives. But the more that we got into the community is the more we enjoyed doing the content as well. And so now we kind of are running parallel roads, and it's like, I don't know. It's funny because we're obviously not, but when I look at you, Divo, and your channel, I kind of look at ourselves and say we're kind of running in a similar path, if you will, that Kevin's running on, right? Is two guys, one that's mainly running the front stuff, the other guy that's doing the stuff behind the scenes, and he's a content creator on top of it. And it's like, wow, I guess we kind of have some similarities in that sense that I can look at some interesting parallels.
Sure. Yeah, I think that the biggest thing for me with it is that I just try to be, I mean, I don't have to try, but like, I want to be as honest as I can with the stuff I review, and I don't let the Divo stuff creep in at all. So like, if I get sent a knife that's like a competitor's knife or something, I have no issue promoting it or saying it's awesome or whatever. Like, I'm not going to dog somebody else to try to make Divo stand out or so I can make more money selling this. You know what I mean? Like, there's definitely, what do you call it? Conflict of interest for sure. But I just set it aside. It's easy for me.
You're Kevin, you're one of 5 or 6 guys that I would go seek out and listen to because I wanted your perspective because of that honesty. You know, I mean, I think that, like you'd said, there are so many people that I watched before that would tell me how awesome something was. And then I'd get them like, this is terrible. And I'm okay with them highlighting the positives that they like. And, you know, it took me a while to really figure out that, you know, I don't know why it didn't dawn on me earlier that ergonomics are subjective and some people love crossbars and some people can't stand them. And, you know, so
some of it is preference.
Yeah. But there are some things where, you know, like, you know, the geometry of this thing is terrible. You know, it'll be as good of a spoon as it is a knife, you know, but being able to be honest about those type of things, or, hey, look, this doesn't lock up like it should. And I think that you have that designer's mind. So when you start looking at it and you start breaking it apart, I think that for me, it seems as if you're like, this is what I would have improved upon.
That is inherently what just happens. Like, I can't help that. And I never meant to, like, start, you know, just like piecing apart a knife when I get it and looking at it from that angle. But, like, you can't not do that. I mean, the same thing probably happens with you guys. You deal with that stuff now. And the more you do, the more you learn about, you know, how knives work and how the back end of things work and all that stuff. You have insight, so it's like impossible not to let that come into your like review or your thoughts on a knife.
It's like for me, for Sam, a bad plunge grind, it could be the end of the knife. For me, I don't care. I don't care if my knife gets a smile if I sharpen it, right? So I again, all the subjective stuff. So I love that, again, that you could say, hey, this could have been better if, because it might not have been something I would have ever thought of until you said it. And it would either allow me to make a more informed decision about my purchase, as opposed to trying to convince me to go click the link and make a purchase. And I appreciate that.
Or just like, be honest about the fact that you don't know everything. Like, you know, or you don't do certain things. Like, I don't go cutting a bunch of cardboard and leather and all this shit with blades. So, like, you probably shouldn't be listening to me when it comes to how good a knife blade is. Now, if I have the experience with it, then I'll tell you. But, you know, people, I hate when people act like somehow they're like the expert on everything. It's like, that's not, you know.
No, I don't pretend to be an expert on anything. I think so. Chris takes it from a different perspective of like, you know, he looks at knives differently than I do. And I take it from a different engineering perspective. And that's why, like he mentioned, you know, the sharpening choils and where the plunge grinds are and stuff like that. But I'm also the designer between us two, right? I'm the one that's making the designs. I'm the Colin in this relationship, essentially. And so it's like, and so when I'm going through this, those are the things.
That makes you the Kevin. You're fucked.
Well, you know what? We both take from each of you. And
I spoke to Colin yesterday and I talked about my knife with him. I mean, I absolutely appreciate both of you guys for the
He's
feedback.
actually I think he's still at the hospital having a kid right now.
Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome. Good for him, man. Yeah. But honestly, like, I've learned a lot from both of you guys. You guys have both helped me out a ton, and from different perspectives. Derek. And it means a lot. It means a lot that you guys give me the time, that have given us the time that you did. But, you know, I've taken it from, I watched all these other people's videos. Yeah, I watched your videos. Yeah, I've watched Knives' videos and MC's videos and B's videos and all these guys' videos, right? And it's like, what are they picking on? What are the things that they're beating up on, right? Knives is a big sharpening guy, so naturally a sharpening choil is going to be a thing
Yeah,
that he's going to go
for
on the
sure.
attack on, right? And so it's like, okay, if it's a big deal to people in the community, then I need to make sure that I'm paying attention to that. And that's something that I pay attention to in the designs, and I pay attention to when I'm doing reviews.
Yeah, for
And
sure.
so you're right, though. It's a learning process.
And
I don't know everything about everything.
I've definitely been more critical of sharpening choils because of Jared and Stasa. And I know that Jared was also one of the, me and him are really picky about the jimping on a front flipper. Like, I can't stand it when these companies make a nice looking front flipper and then they jimp it and they stop the jimping like a quarter inch before the end of the flipper. It's like, what are you doing? That needs to go around the goddamn flipper tab so you can, you know, even if you slide a little bit, you're still going to grip onto something. The worst thing in the world is when you try to grab a front flipper either this way or whatever, and you slide off and it like just stings. I hate that shit.
yeah, yeah.
There's tons of them like that, man. I'll tell you who put out an absolute banger though recently, man.
Unless it was from a hater.
Dude, I think
I've had a few of those over the years.
Just a few.
Thanks, Derek.
Honestly, dude. So your boy Lewis, ATK.
Oh yeah, Lewis.
Dude, that catalyst I think is so under.
That's a cool ass knife, dude.
Yeah,
that's his second design. His first one was underrated.
Yeah.
You know, and I tried telling him, I'm like, dude, it's not the design, it's the exposure. It's what I try to tell people. Like a lot of people who start new brands, and there's times where they struggle, and it's like you have a really good design there. It's not like sometimes it's not the knife, it's that you're not putting it or getting it in front of that many people, like, yeah, you could send it to Metal Complex. You could send it to me. You could send it to Knives. But like, there's a difference between that and what I'm doing or what Knives is doing, where we could show that knife 100 times in 3 months. Like naturally, Divos end up in basically every video I make. Like, I don't even do it on purpose, but like they're my size comparison knives at this point, or I'll, there's some kind of something I'm trying to explain about the knife design wise or whatever. And then I show an example or, whatever. And that's all technically, I would say that's all like marketing in a sense. Like, it's helping that the knife is shown all the time. And that's different than just sending your knife out and having one video made by a bunch of different guys, even if that guy's awesome, that can definitely sell knives, but there's a balance, I think. And that's where it sucks for people like Lewis, who, like, he's a great dude and those designs are insane. Like, the Halt was one of my favorite knives, and the Catalyst is even better. But yeah, I don't actually know how his pre-order is going, but I think I talked to him shortly after, and it was, it wasn't like
knife's outstanding. That was actually one of my favorite ones that went through the pass around. I absolutely love that freaking thing, and I didn't even want to give it up, man. I almost called you and said, "Can I buy this?" And I was like, so everybody needs it's pre-order. So
yeah, if you guys haven't checked out the Catalyst from, I don't know if you can pull it up. Do you guys do that sharing screen stuff?
Yeah, I can do it.
It's edcknives.net, not .com. I didn't even know he bought .com. I've always just used .net, but he's got a pre-order up, right? And it's like cheap too, right? Isn't it like 100 and what is it? Or is it $200 like Van X, or I don't know.
No,
I forget what he settled on.
I think it's a little bit more than that, but it's not expensive. It's fair price.
No, I think with the Van X he was talking like $215 or something. And with S90 or whatever the other steel was, it was a little bit less.
235.
$235. Is that the Van X version?
Man, that's good looking.
Dude, it's a sexy ass knife. It's really nice. Look at that thing.
Well, now it looks like I gotta go support a good dude and just get a knife out of it.
It doesn't say this deal.
There it is, S90.
Okay, so he did go with S90.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
And the crazy part of it is kind of funny, right? Happy accident, but the pass around, I wound up landing it on launch day. So I was like, whoa, I've got a proto to freaking post on launch day. Like,
I see what you're saying. Yeah, that's awesome.
On pre-order launch day.
Yeah, see, he needs a little bit of help with the website too. You got to put the knife first on the products. Is it at least on the homepage? Like, yes,
yeah, it's right here.
Cool.
That's his homepage.
Yeah, that looks great. Good.
So
I know he got. I think Cole did his pictures. I think.
I believe that Cole's got good cameras, man. I need to get Cole to take pictures of mine, man.
He's very good at using dark backgrounds, which looks so good. I suck at that. I'm the worst at photography and editing.
Well, my challenge is I just can't get freaking Cole to respond to me worth a damn.
Oh yeah, he's Tri-State
every 3 months he replies.
He's an elusive fellow. Like trying to get him to like. There's no point in sending him a loaner knife.
Oh, you won't get it back for 6 months.
Oh no. So I just, if I send him a Divo, it's his. Like I'm just sending him a Divo. Otherwise, I'm just not including him because like it's not worth it.
We're close enough to him.
And if he's on a pass around, you got to know to put him at the end.
Yeah, we're close enough to him that Sam can go pick him up from him from the pass around and yeah,
but you still have to get a hold of him.
Yeah, that's the challenge, Chris. Right? I mean,
he can be flaky, but he's a good dude at heart, and I love Cole. He's awesome.
I like Cole. I consider Cole a friend. Right? It's not that I don't like the guy.
You just gotta bust his balls. That's important.
I sent him a message because he had said something to me about doing something as far as a meetup to go do something. I was going to show him like prototypes and all that stuff, but I didn't want him to do a recording on it. I was trying to kind of give him get some feedback. And I mean, when it comes to bigger influencers and content creators, Jared's 3.5 hours away from me, and Cole is about an hour and a half from me. So those are my two biggest options that I have that I could do. And I was like, all right, I'll drive it over to Cole and I'll meet him for, lunch or something. And I'll hand him the knives and I'll let him play with them and give me some real-time feedback. Dude, 90 days later and my shit's still unread. And I'm like, forget it, dude.
And Jared's like, sure, come on up this afternoon if you want.
Yeah, Jared's like, yeah, man, you want to come out to dinner with me? Let's go. And I was like, okay, man, we'll come. We're driving out to Chicago soon. But since I'm going to Blade Show, Texas, I'm going to see Jared there. So we're going to do that there.
You won't see him. I mean, you'll see him, but it'll be for 3 minutes as he's running and he's ADDing all over your face because that's what he does at shows. He comes in like a blur. He'll like I don't even talk to him about like making a video on Divos or anything. He'll just come flying around a corner, Kara behind him or whoever it happens to be at the moment, who's the camera person, and he just like comes into the booth like a tornado, and he's like, "Hey, can we show these prototypes or whatever?" And I'm like, "Yeah, dude, here." I just start handing him shit, trying to tell him about it while he's over there like flicking it 80 times with the camera, and then he does like 2 minutes worth of talking about it, and then he hands it back. He's like, "Thanks, man," and then he's gone. He's like just tornadoed off to the next place.
Yeah, he did that while we were at your booth when he walked in and did that. So
it's fucking. I don't know how he does that the whole weekend. You can't say he's not dedicated. It's fucking. Oh, I could never do it that way, but.
We've told the story on our lives before, but when we went into Atlanta, we had taken a production package of, CAD file and a 3D print of our knife. And we just happened to see him, and we walked up and just asked if he'd be willing to look at it. He's like, sure. I mean, he broke it down and went through it. He spent a lot of time with it. And when he first started looking, he reached in his pocket. He's like, here, you want to flick my Herman? And now we're sitting there with a $2,000 knife playing with it. And then somebody else calls him. He just gets up and walks away and leaves us with this, this Herman. And just like, okay.
Yeah,
So,
yeah. That was an experience, man. That's for sure. But I mean, Jared's gonna get his bed and breakfast again or whatever down in Atlanta, and he's like, you guys can come hang out at the house and whatnot. So I mean, I'll get some time with him down there. And are you guys doing Blade Show Atlanta again this year, or are you just not doing it this year?
No, we should be doing Atlanta. Colin's gonna obviously have a new baby, but he lives there, so it's really tough.
Oh, he lives in Atlanta? I thought he was in Texas.
Yeah. No, he lives like 20 minutes, 30 minutes tops from the convention center.
Shit.
So like,
how did you guys
there's
meet?
really no excuse. What?
How did you guys meet?
I reviewed one of his knives. One of his designs, I should say. It was a Kubi Royal. I think the first one I reviewed was a Tucson, actually. And then he sent me a Royal to check out. And so we were just talking because of that. And I knew I knew he was a designer, and I showed him my terrible sketch of the stout. And he was like, would you want me to like make that look, like a knife, I can render it up for you or something like that. And I was like, sure. And then he came back and it looked fucking awesome. And I was like, all right, well, you're stuck with me because I couldn't take, like he was thinking I would just take it and then, run with it or whatever,
dude.
But what?
I said, Kevin, you're like a freeloader. You just latch on to Colin. Like, all right, you're stuck with me.
Well, no. So like he did it. Yeah, he was just doing it to be nice or whatever. Or maybe because I reviewed his knife or whatever, he just, was trying to.
You're not going to Texas, right?
So he sends me the render, and it was good. And I was like, all right, I think this could be a real knife, and I'm not gonna just take credit for this. I felt bad doing that, and so I was like, do you want to make this knife with me? Like, I don't know. Well, you want to give it a shot? And he was like, sure. So we started working on it, and then it actually turned into like something real. And then we got the stout prototypes, and I think at some point in there, before the stout pre-order, we realized like this could be an actual like business. We could do other designs, and we could, see what happened.
So you're not going to Texas, are you?
What?
You're not going to Texas, are you?
Nah. I have ever since my son was born, I just don't want to go to other like Texas or Atlanta. I can justify, but I just don't want to leave my wife with. I mean, when my son was born, I didn't want to leave her with a 4-year-old and a 5-year-old and an infant, and then he just now, like literally this week, is starting to just go to sleep. Like we put him in his crib and we can just say goodnight and walk out, and he might cry for a minute. Last night he just went to sleep, didn't cry at all. But he's almost 18 months. It's taken damn near a year and a half just to get him to sleep through the night by himself. So anyway, I didn't feel right leaving my wife.
I understand that.
I don't want to say to deal with the kids, but you know what I mean. To deal with the
I get that
rascals. Sure. And so we haven't done any other shows. We've just been doing Atlanta. So I'm guessing maybe next year. We'll see how Colin feels about leaving his wife with the kid. You know, you guys, being a dad is a big adjustment. And I am curious how he changes. Like, there's always the chance that he decides he doesn't even want to do knives anymore. Like,
well, if that happens, Kev, you know that you know you can count on your boys, right? Just come hang out with us.
I don't know what animal you want to be, since we've got a dragon and a bear on lock. I don't know which one you know. If you want to be a tiger or something, we'll work that into the pick.
Yeah, Colin, please don't quit. No, but like, seriously, you know, people change. I changed completely when I had kids. Like,
yeah,
it took me about a year, but like, I was a hot mess. Like, I drank like a fucking fish every night for like 10 years. And after about a year after I had my daughter, I was like, I can't do that.
Later,
So I
Miguel.
quit drinking.
Good night. Thanks for hanging out.
You know, and also the time commitment, it changes. So, you know, you just don't have time for stuff. Certain things have to be cut out. So anyway, we'll see. Hopefully,
if I had young kids, man, I would.
He might not want to travel anymore or something.
Yeah.
And when they're that young, a lot of times, like me, you just don't want to leave your wife with it, or you know, or you just don't want to leave the kid or whatever. So I'm pretty sure we're going to be doing Atlanta every year, but other stuff is up in the air. I really like the Salt Lake show. Texas. So Texas, the year we did it, I hated it. Mostly because I spent mostly the entire trip in the hotel room dying of the flu. But I also I don't know. It wasn't my favorite. I really like the Salt Lake show for some reason. I like Salt Lake. Like, we always rent like the scooters and zip around in Salt Lake. And we did we went to the Mormon temple or whatever it is and did a little tour there. I really like the Utah one, but so Texas isn't my favorite to begin with. But we'll probably get back to doing all of them at some point. I don't know.
I've never
anyway,
been
that
to
was the
Texas.
longest answer to a question. Sorry.
I'm gonna go. Chris is not going to Texas. It's just gonna be me. I'm gonna fly out solo.
There you go.
And
you should go to Salt Lake then.
Yeah,
I would like that.
Chris can go to Salt Lake, and I'm not going to go to that one. And then we're both going to Atlanta this year, so you're going to see us there for sure.
There you go.
But you know, we've got these things. We've shown them on lives before. We've made a lot of good contacts. We've made a lot of good friends. A lot of people have a lot of interest in these prototypes, and I think that right at this point, I really want to put them in people's hands and just get the feedback, right? Like real-time feedback. Like, tell me, for me, I could tell you right now, like, I absolutely cannot get a hot spot on this knife. I think that this is an ultra comfortable handle. And I know you said like it's flat scales, right? But it doesn't feel that way, Kevin. Like, it's totally different. It's just, it's very weird for a flat scale knife. You don't get that bulky, weird, blocky feeling.
Yeah, that was my concern looking at it. But
then
maybe it's thin enough. Here, but it could also just be your hand size.
Yeah,
it could be.
You know,
I did take it to some guys at different sizes and said, just what do you think? Hate it, love it, whatever. And I got really good reviews, but there are also people who are friends, and I don't know if they would have been like,
it can be tough to be
consider doing this business. Yeah.
Now, how tall is the handle? Because it looks like it's on the short side. Like, it's not meant to be a really wide handle, right?
So let me see here. Let's compare it to, say,
similar. Looks like it's very similar height.
About 1.5 inches at its largest and just a little under an inch at its thinnest.
So the stout, the first version of the stout had flat scales, which is what I was telling you about. That's why I even brought it up, the scale thing, because I learned from the stout that the contoured scales are better. But you have a little bit of a curve to the handle, which is different.
Yeah.
And I don't know how thick it is. How thick is it? What's the thickness on it overall?
0.48.
So it's under half an inch.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. That was a big factor on the Stout V1. It was right at half an inch, like a touch over. And I think those things combined with the flat scales just made it feel. There's plenty of people who have the V1 that love it and have never complained about it feeling blocky, but I'm super critical of all our stuff, obviously.
Yeah.
And making it thinner and contouring it was like my biggest thing with the V2, and I think it really changes the knife. We also made it a little bit taller than it was. So if you have like a short knife this way, short, and you have contouring, sometimes it can just feel like a hot dog, like a cylinder, which isn't good either. So you might have struck the right balance with it, and it's, So that was just, I'm looking at it from.
No, I get it.
I don't have it in my hand.
Looking at it from a picture.
Yeah, so just from looking at it, that was my initial like concern, you would say, was that maybe it could feel a little blocky being flat.
Yeah.
But,
so Chris
it
and
might be perfect too.
Chris and I did a 3D print on this knife, and so we were able to actually touch this thing, kind of like putting it in our hands, if you will, before.
So you wanted it to be flat.
Yeah.
Essentially, you chose that. You made that decision for a reason.
Correct. We chose this. We chose this, and then if you look on the spine, the jimping goes all the way almost to the tip.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of the jimping.
I
would probably just go like tip to handle with the jimping, because at that point, the amount of jimping you have there, it's. I made a joke in a video I did recently because a knife was like that, and it's like, how you say, like on a lot of knives, you're like, okay, we have that like patch. We have that like Vox patch of jimping. I call it Vox jimping because Jesper Voxnes, to me, invented that patch. Well, when you have a knife like that where it's literally everywhere except for like that little spot, it's like, hey, here's our patch of no jimping. Anyway, I made that stupid joke in a video the other day, and that kind of reminds me of it. So like I would just, because I love how the Growler is with just jimping all the way. Like, is there any reason you wouldn't want to do that, or do you like the way it looks with that gap?
So
because somebody's hand is probably gonna fit it and be like,
right there.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and you make a good point, and I'm personally, there's no good reason why to do it. I don't know. We just kind of did it as a.
Oh well, yeah, I know why you did it, but I'm asking like maybe you want to add it. Is all I'm saying.
Yeah,
if you had a reason to have it that way, then okay. Or if you just like it, then you stick with it. I'm just throwing out thoughts. That's all.
I don't think it has a functional reason or an aesthetic reason to remain with the flat there. Some
people will just say, I just like it having that space. That is kind of, it is common to have, this has jimping and then nothing and then jimping again, right? Like, it is common to see that. So maybe it looks more normal to actually have the space.
Yeah.
Could be.
Look at a balance on this thing, dude. Like, this for a first prototype type of thing. I think, like, I know this is like honking my own horn, but I have to really freaking do it sometimes because I can't believe that this is how it came out.
I gotta tell you guys, it's so it's funny because I remember like going back to when we did the first like stout prototype, the like feeling of it, it's really cool. It's really fun. I'm obviously like super jaded at this point, and
Oh
you
yeah,
know,
I'm sure I'll get there. Ask me in
but
6 or 7 years.
yeah, but you guys are, I mean, yeah, it's a good time right now for you guys. So enjoy it. Enjoy the knife. I mean, the important thing is you love it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Obviously, don't lie to yourself and say it's good when it's not, but I can tell that, you know, like legitimately you guys are testing it and putting it in people's hands and asking opinions, and like you're not like, a lot of people will try to keep like kind of keep it under wraps so that their dream doesn't get crushed. You know what I mean?
I think we were pretty honest with the testing. Again, I love watching what Stasa does with testing. He's another guy that I look to.
Stas is one of my favorite people in the community. He's just such a good dude, and his story is amazing.
Yeah, and you know, so I think in our scenario, we decided to have them go a little thinner behind the edge, taller on the grind, a little more hollow if they could, and so we decided to go ahead and buy a couple more blades and have them send to us, because for that very reason. It's like, we've got a good knife, but we've made a.
Well, you can always change that in production too, even if you can't get the blades, because it's. I mean, it's a pretty straightforward. Can I see the blade again, just to look at what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Like where the grind is.
Hold on 1 second. Let me blow this up again for you.
Now, where did you bring it up to? Does it intersect with the hole at all or anything? Because that
it'll be just under the hole.
Okay, because aesthetically that can throw shit off. See, like, I don't think it's gonna look that way when you get it, because it's a hollow grind, so it's probably gonna be like a curve. It's gonna have like a roundness. Yeah, they use a wheel. Can you hold it up again? The actual knife. So you see how it's not a straight line. It's got that swoop to it.
Yeah.
Correct.
So I don't think, I mean, I could be wrong, but I don't think they're going to be able to do it the way you have it in that image where it's like straight across. Was that from them, or was that your drawing?
That was our design. That was our design to have the grind line swoop like that.
Right. Okay.
Aesthetically,
is that what you showed me the picture with the update? Is that what you guys just came up with to update it, or is that how the design was and they did it differently?
No, that is.
So you designed it exactly the way you got it.
Correct.
Yeah. So you're saying you designed the big swoop, right? But I don't know if you're gonna get a flat straight line like that. I mean, I guess you could. Anyway,
because of the wheels.
What I'm saying basically is, I think you might want to bring it a little bit under that hole, a little bit more under that hole. But that's just my.
Well, they've already told me that they can't bring it up that high.
Okay, yeah, because I don't think it would look right, and B, I think they could do it, but it would get in the way of the hole. I don't know. Anyway.
Well,
just from looking at it, that's my thinking.
We want them to go deeper on the hollow. We want them to bring it up a little higher. If we can get it nice and thin behind the edge, it will just that performance level, I think, will increase just a little bit more to where both of us are going to be really satisfied with what we're getting out of it, because it performed well. It just didn't perform the way it could have if it was just a little bit thinner.
Can you hold up the blade one more time? Sorry.
Yeah, no, you're good, man.
And good night, Kelly.
Good night, Kelly. Dude, man. See, I think that swoop is adding a ton of character to the design. So I'm wondering if you're gonna miss that a little bit.
So we're 4 mil or 4 mil at the spine.
Like I don't know if you need to do the swoop as aggressive as that is, because that is definitely a big swoop there.
Well, I'm waiting for them to send me a drawing.
Yeah,
they're gonna send me a drawing, and then we'll see what it looks like. If it doesn't look right,
and
I'm gonna make them adjust it again, right?
Yeah,
I'm not gonna have them make blades.
Do you have like a 3D printer you can print it out or something? And
no, and
that's that's just I guess my thought, because looking at it, I feel like that grind line really,
it could take away.
I just think it gives it character. Like that's one of my favorite parts of the knife, I think, is that swoop. It just looks cool.
That's good feedback. Thank you.
I'm not saying I still think you could raise it up. Sure. You just might not be able to go as high as you want if you want to keep the swoop. Maybe just some food for thought.
No,
maybe it looks sick with the straight line, and it doesn't matter. You know.
Now that you're saying
the swoop, right? We designed it with the swoop,
right.
So it wasn't that we didn't like the swoop. It
was
I know. More of, were we willing to give up the swoop for the performance? And if we have to see whether or not we can do it. I mean,
I think you could probably get both out of it if you finagle it enough. You should be able to get both.
Sure.
But yeah, see what it looks like when it comes back, and you know.
For sure.
That was just what I thought of looking at it, because I do really like that swoop. That looks cool. It's unique too.
Yeah, I gotta show you what we got working. I don't want to. So the first one, I know it's getting late, so we'll wrap up in a couple minutes. But I want to. So our first design, we've literally been completely transparent, with the exception of like telling them costs. But we've been walking our community through the OEM process with us.
Yeah.
And I think it's just kind of fun because they're seeing kind of behind the scenes of what our world is, right?
Yeah.
And
same way I like to do it.
So now the second one, I'm not letting everybody in on the second one, because the second one I think is it's a totally different design. It's
right up your alley.
Yeah.
Are you worried people won't like it, or you want to keep it a surprise, or what?
I want to keep it a surprise.
Okay. Well, if you pull that off, then that's kudos, because I can't keep a secret. I just have to show everything. So, although I don't show anything until we get prototypes usually.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. When I get prototypes, I'll show them. Right? I'm not gonna.
At some point, you'll have like 20 fucking things going on, and you won't even think to tell people.
No,
because you'll be talking about something you worked on 6 months ago and forgot about. That's the part that gets a little bit, you know.
This is going to be our first full year as a business. And so Chris and I have talked about what is a logical goal for us this early and what we feel is too aggressive. And where I've come up with is I want to get 2 OEMs done, and then I want to get at least 2, if not more, collaborations. Okay.
That's a good goal.
I have 1 OEM here. I'm shopping for this second design now for the second OEM. I have 1 collaboration in play with Concept right now, and we have a second one that we are offered, and then I have a third one that's in the works that I'm on the fence whether it's going to happen.
Well, there you go. You just gotta. You might agree to 2 collaborations. You might not see them come out, because it takes a lot of times. It's like 18 months from when people
I'm not going to see it this year.
I'm pretty sure of that. But it depends on the company. So
Concept is running 2 years behind, bro.
Yeah, that makes sense.
2027 is probably when, and I already talked to Casey about it, right? Because he's collabed with them before, and they've been honest about it.
I
Like
would
they told me,
just a tip or whatever. I would avoid Kubi with collaborations unless you're just looking for brand recognition. You can ask Casey, but they don't pay people. They don't pay people what their designs are worth. Is what I'm getting at.
good to know. Good to know for sure. Yeah, I'm not looking for brand recognition. I mean, the collaborations are more of let somebody else take the damn risk on this thing more than anything.
Yeah, no. That's how I usually look at those. Is well, so for me with the license stuff, like unless you're just constantly licensing new stuff, like Ray Laconico or whatever, right? It's going to be hard to make enough money to put a dent in anything. Yeah. So the way I look at those is, one, it helps us get designs out that I don't want to either take the risk on or I don't want to deal with for whatever reason. So like, for example, we're doing a button lock mash with Kaiser. And that started at actually every license deal we've done, except for one, has been we prototyped it with that company. And then we decided we didn't want to, like, it just got backburnered for us, or we decided like, we don't want to take the risk on that one. And then I just offer it to them, and then they've taken it as a license deal. So that, like, the button lock mash, that's how it started. We got prototypes of a button lock. And then I decided I didn't want to deal with a button lock OEM because, like, warranty shit on a button lock sucks. People bitching about spine whacking and whatever, right? So we offered it to them. And then eventually we changed it to a compression style lock with a button. So all that stuff went out the window. It doesn't matter anymore. But that's one reason. And then the other reason for me is it helps make people aware of you. Like, if Kaiser's promoting your knife, they're also going to send it to a bajillion channels that half of them I won't even know, and they'll have it, and that'll promote it. If people really like it, then they're going to do more versions of it, and then it gets more popular. And then again, your name is associated with it. That's good. So I kind of see those license deals as more a marketing play than trying to make some money.
Yeah, it's not really a big
when you're young
play.
Or when your company's young. I think that's a really good option to do. I think it makes a lot of sense. I also think working with dealers on exclusives that's kind of like my secret sauce, is dealer exclusives, because it really helps offset the cost of OEM runs.
Man, really? I tried. I tried a couple of them, and I didn't get nowhere on my first OEM, which I understand.
It might take time, right? And you'll start, like, as you do more, you'll start building a relationship. See, again, that's the nice thing about, I had a channel already, so like I had relationships with dealers. They knew me as a person, right? Like, they probably, because I, like, reviewed their knives or reviewed knives from them and promoted them, or I had an affiliate link with them or whatever, they knew obviously that I could bring in some money or whatever, right? Like, it made sense financially, I guess. Yeah. So that gave me a leg up, but I'm sure that would change as you bring out more stuff. But getting dealers on board really helps because it does offset costs. That's how we've been able to do, like, last year, I don't know how many knives we launched last year. It had to be like 6, 7. If we had to pay for every one of those, it just wouldn't have happened. Because usually you got to pay, you got the deposit. So now a good chunk of your money is just floating out there for 6 months.
That's a ton of money.
Then you got to pay the balance. then you got to get the knives, then you got to sell them, and then contrary to a lot of people's opinions, you don't actually make like, you don't double your money or anything.
No. Well,
so
I'm ultra aggressive, right? So for me, I don't care. Like, I don't care who. Not that I'm trying to insult anybody, like, but when I look at everything as you don't get it if you don't ask, and so therefore, like right out of the gate, I called Eric at Blade Binge and I was like, dude, I want to do one with you, and he was like, get one under your belt and we'll talk.
Who are you?
Who are you?
Yeah, and I was like, remember me? I was the big goon that you took pictures with.
You should do what you should do what that one guy did. I just reviewed a knife, and it was like a dark mode version. It looked like. Now he said he had a dealer on board, and maybe it was them, but like that's something that we do. Like when we get prototypes, like all of last year when we got prototypes, I always ordered a dark mode version. I always ordered one in 80s and satin, and I always ordered one in all stonewash with blue, because those are the configurations that Blade Binge, TPK, and White Mountain Knives usually choose on our exclusives. So I literally was just like, what would I do? Like, what exclusive would they do? And I just ordered that as a prototype, and then I would show them or send it to them or whatever when they came in. Like, hey, you guys want to get in on this? Like, this is what it might look like. I'm pretty sure that that probably went a long way.
We need the jig titanium Gracchus, Sam. There you go, TPK.
As Austin would say, jigged.
What does he call it?
He calls it jigged.
So what you're saying is I need a Wakanda Gracchus, and then I'm going to go, hey Kevin, you want in on this, man?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the concept anyway.
It's a good idea. Thanks for sharing that.
Yeah, I mean, especially if you do have a relationship with a dealer already, or they've done an exclusive already. I mean, to me, that was like a no-brainer. It's like we might as well order 4 of these, and yeah, I mean, it's $1,000 for 4 of them if you don't go crazy with whatever. But like that's paying off if you pick up a couple of exclusive runs or whatever.
I'm sure.
Matt put in there, dark mode makes anything look better, in my opinion. And it's funny. Yeah. Sam was reached out about, hey, if we do some prototypes on this one, what color do you want? And I was like, dark mode. Right? Just it's the first thing that I'm really attracted to. That I really like the black, gray, and purple.
Just prototype it in dark mode and then be like, hey, Eric, this is what it would look like. We're gonna do it, but like it'd be cool if you picked it up. And if you don't want to, that's fine. We're doing it anyway, but that could always work, especially if you really like that.
The second one he might have interest in.
Well, there you go.
So Loot does our CAD, right? I'm useless in CAD, and so we
use Loot too.
I know you guys use Loot. I think you told me that, and funny enough, when it was first time I ever used him, I actually asked about it. Like, I was like, I don't want you to give out any trade secrets, but I know Casey uses you. I know Divo uses you. Like, when you see the designs I hand you, like the papers that I'm handing you, the drawings, like, how is it in comparison to these guys who are established? Like, what am I doing? What am I not doing? Just so that I learn. And he was like, all right, so when you hand me drawings, you and Casey are really close. Like, both of you guys draw very similarly in that sense. I was like, okay, cool. He's like, you can't compare yourselves to Divo because Colin's a damn graphic artist or whatever. And like,
Colin he basically does, like, he'll do the CAD breakdown concept, but he does it in Illustrator because his job is he's a graphic artist. Or graphic designer, sorry. So like he's trying to learn CAD, but it's been like very difficult for him because he's so ingrained in Illustrator, which is like they're both programs where you do that kind of stuff. They're just totally different. So like it would almost be easier if he didn't know anything and started with CAD. But because he does, so he always will put together like full breakdowns and renders, and like he basically draws the whole knife with details and specs and shit. And then we give that to the OEM, or lately we've been just giving it to Loot and having it, because I've learned having Loot do it, we can control a lot more than when we send it to Kubi or whoever. We have to, like, I always have to go back and change it because I'm like, this is not what we meant. Like, you totally, with Loot, I can just be like,
with you. So he's a lot easier to work with.
Yeah, like we just did he just helped us with the Tallboy V2. So we're doing a V2 that we're sending to Riot to do. And there are some details on it that like we really wanted to nail down. And I just like, it took us, a while with Loot just to get it right, because there was just so many little things. And then like anytime I'm like, can you move this thing back this way or whatever? And then, he'd have to redo like the whole fucking handle just to get it, right. That would have been a nightmare. And honestly, what would have happened is we would have probably let some stuff go and not done it because we didn't want to deal with all the bullshit. There's definitely
my second design. I'll let you know like a little bit on it, right? So the handle has slots in it.
Later, Jay.
And behind the slots are like an inlay so that you can actually see color through it. And since it's a liner lock, it's like, how do you get an inlay behind the liner lock and it still work, right? And so Loot and I had to kind of like work on hollowing out an area to kind of put it in.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I would not have been able to do this with an OEM. It never would have worked.
Did you got it figured out?
Yeah. Yeah. We nailed it down. So it came out amazing. And Loot, he said that like our second design compared to the first design, like the difference in the design language, you can see like how we grew as designers. And he said he had a lot of really cool things to say. Like I'm feeling way better on, not that I don't feel good on the first one. I'm really proud of the first one, but I think the second one's going to be like, you can see an honest to God progression as a designer between number one and number two.
All right, well then don't show that one until you sell the first one.
That's why I said I'm keeping this one close to the chest. So
I got you.
Hey,
what are you guys doing with the what is the name of the first one?
The Gracchus.
Gracchus. Okay. What is that from? Is that like a Roman guy, or is that just
Holy shit, he is the first person that actually got that, dude. So
I've
jokes.
I've heard the name before. I just don't.
I'll tell you the
story. I didn't know if it was like
it.
A video game or a movie or history.
It's a movie.
That I remember it from.
Yeah. So the first name of the knife was supposed to be the Provoke, right? We're wandering around.
Yeah, there's already a Provoke. Yeah.
Yep. We're wandering around Blade Show.
Oh, did you tell people it was the Provoke?
Yeah. It was on the sheet.
Oh, okay. Did you get a letter from CRK?
No. David C. Anderson.
You told us. David C. Anderson told us, and
he told you to just change it, right?
Yeah.
Because he knows the deal. They're gonna cease and desist you like right away.
Yep. So we went back and we were like, okay, we got to come up with a new name. Chris is so like passive that he's like, I don't give a shit about the name. And I was like, well, the name kind of means something. If I can call it Dragon Balls or something, like nobody's going to want to buy this knife. And he's like, yeah, I don't really care about the name. And so I'm like, I'm racking my head around it. And one night I'm sitting there and I'm watching the movie Gladiator.
Ah, okay. That's what I was thinking. But yes, is he a general, right? Senator Gracchus. That's right. Okay.
And as soon as I heard the name Gracchus, I was like, that just sounds like, I don't know. It just sounds cool. I was like, all right, that's what I like.
Yeah, that's obviously where I heard it.
And then
either that or Star Wars, ironically.
And Sam's right. Like, I couldn't care. Like, I've never bought a knife because of the name. There's been one that I wanted because of the name, and then I checked out the knife and went, it's not for me. And so for me, it doesn't matter. I know it matters for marketing, so it's hard for me to get my head wrapped around it. But hey, fellas, I need to jump. I've got to get up in about 4.5 hours to get ready for work.
Well, we're thinning out. Kev,
Yeah, I gotta take a piss, so it's a good time.
All right,
awesome.
Dude,
Kev,
thanks so much for giving us all this time, dude. It was a lot of fun sitting there and chatting with you. And you're welcome back anytime. I hope you can do this again.
Yeah, hey, for sure.
Sam, flash one more comment up. The second to last one. Yep. If anybody has a Wakanda laying around to buy, there you go.
What model are you looking for, dude? That would be a good question. I don't think I have any of anything right now, to be honest. We sold everything. Those whatnot sales, man. People just clean me out on those whatnot sales.
If you know anybody that has any wind on another Growler XL, you're our boy up there, Chris. He is hungry.
Yeah,
for one.
I was thinking about. Oh wait, this is a Wakanda. I have 2 of these XL, so I might be able to let one go.
Yeah, I don't know if you like one.
I don't know if you like camo carbon.
I like the Growler XL. That doesn't matter.
Yeah, but if you decide to part with one, reach out to me.
I might have a saloon, dude. I'll can't remember. I'll double check. Can you shoot me an email, Bluestein? Sorry if I got that wrong. Just shoot me an email at info@divoknives.com or Kevin@divoknives or leftyedc88@gmail.com. One of those. We can talk. If I have one, I'll sell you one, dude. So
awesome.
I just gotta check the warranty drawer.
Awesome. Thanks again, fellas. I'm going to get out for the night.
Yeah. Me too, actually.
Peace. Appreciate you, Lefty. Thanks, everybody. Have a great night.